want more. Crying babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets, with the people in the slums and the homeless bums, with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguise is religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face. Like, life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
Check it out. They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, it is 0850 Central European Time. What's up? What's up? That makes it 0250 Eastern Standard Time. America, what's going on? What's good, y'all? What's good? I hope everybody's doing good today. That goes for everybody else in the world too, not just America. What about the EU? What about Africa? What about the Middle East? What about Asia? All the way down under, you know what I'm saying? Australia. Big up to everybody. Appreciate y'all being here again, once again, for V Media News. You know what I'm saying? The cat from the U.S., Washington, D.C., born and raised, Washington, D.C. Freedmen's Hospital. That should give you an idea of my age. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live in the great country called Denmark. Yeah, Copenhagen, Denmark, and the sky is blue over here. You know what I'm saying? The sky is looking so nice. The air is so clean, and you know, I like to do some comparative data for those of you that like to know, you know, to have an idea of, you know, how good or how bad shit is, you know, when you get a chance to compare it to something else. You know what I'm saying? No point in believing that your candy bar is the best when you never tasted another one. You think your hamburgers are good? You know what I'm saying? Seriously, we got people like that, man. Don't fight over scraps now. It might not be necessary. You know what I'm saying? You might be able to go get a whole steak somewhere else and shit instead of stabbing your own folks in the back for some scraps. Like, keep it real. Keep it real. Let's keep it real, because the politics gets like that in the U.S. at times. You got people doing what my pops used to call, you know, cats out of the 40s called beat the beater. You know, that means when you shooting across the lane, you shooting across at somebody just like you. They might look a little different, but on the class level, they just like you. What's that all about? Shoot up, goddammit. Learn how to shoot up. Make some sense out of your life. If you're going to shoot it all, learn how to shoot up. Stop shooting at other people, you know, that's just as broke as you or in the same situation. Somebody came in this chat, said I got nursery rhymes, can't sing, compose, play instruments. Oh, really? That's why you here, huh? Because I can't. That's why you here. What you want from me? You wanna hop up and play your music? Show everybody your shit. See, if you straighten your attitude out, maybe I would let you. But I'm not. And your attitude going to stay the same, because, you know, when you want somebody, you got to know how to be cool, man. Go about it the right way. You know what I'm saying? That will get you a lot further in life, instead of being on my channel complaining about how I do shit. I do shit the way I want to do it, on purpose. You know what I'm saying? I spit my rhymes so everybody knows my message nice and clear. I don't do jigaboo rhymes. I don't do rhymes that ain't about nothing. And on top of it, I don't waste my time spitting hot air that nobody can understand. You can understand every goddamn message in my songs, and that's exactly how I like it. So, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to keep on doing it that way, even if you don't like it. All right, baby boy. I'm going to keep it real. Now, on another note, there's more important shit to talk about than my rapping, right? Because I'm sure everybody's not here only for the rapping. Although, yo, Copenhagen, the end of this summer, I'm warming up. I'll be doing 2 spots here, right, before I go outside of Denmark, you know. And one of the spots is down at Cafe Nemo. Cafe Nemo, everybody knows it, in Christiania. So look out for it, brother. The date is coming soon, and I'm going to be there with some of my homies that we do music with, and it's going to be live, and, you know, and we're multi-talented. And guess what? We really do rock live too. You know what I'm saying? Can you do this? I don't think you can.
Things that are real
In your life.
Cause the others, they ain't got
What's necessary.
the necessary
Ingredients. But we do. Come on.
We got what you need.
You want it? Is that what it is?
Know what you want.
We got it. We know what you feel.
You want it.
We got what you want. You can have it. We got what you need.
You want it. We know what you want.
Yeah. Yes. So that's further towards the end of the summer. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to some people out here, cool people out here doing their thing. But in any case, we got the news. You know what I'm saying? We got the news, and the news is Mike. Oh, Mike, you there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I thought I heard something in the background. But listen, we have news, and there's news. And I'm just curious how many people are going to like this news. It just occurred to me to, before we get into the normal cycle, you know, I wanted to connect something, because when you hear people talking about, you know, we got these guys running around the country talking about reclaim, marching around talking about reclaim, right? And because of those people, it occurred to me that they need a reminder of how this country was built, and even the city they walking around in, Washington, D.C. You know, in case people don't know, Washington, D.C. has a lot of records. There's a lot of data on the black population in Washington, D.C. And if you go back to like the late 1700s, 1800s, the late 1700s, really, They had a free population of African Americans and a slave population of African Americans at the very same time, right? Early. And DC is one of the places in the country where they actually have that statistical data, how the families were constructed, man, woman, mother, father, how many kids in a house or in a residence. DC has a lot of data on that, and it's out there for people that want to know more about their country. And also people that live in Washington, D.C. or go to Washington, D.C. and visit and want to know more about the city. It wasn't always what it is today. Some people had to build it, and some people had to live in squalor there when it was happening. And we're not talking about just African Americans. D.C. had a lot of struggling people there. You know what I'm saying? And it's an interesting history. It's worth knowing. A lot of people intertwined. But I wanted to start because I know for a fact that these people walking around the city talking about reclaim, we're going to reclaim. This is the part they don't want to claim at all, because if they wanted to claim it, we would be getting reparations, but don't run away from it. Don't run away from your history. Don't run away from your history. It's not going to work anyway, because you're no special than anybody else. OK, a lot of people sacrifice for that country, and for things to be right, we all have to acknowledge each other, and we can't run, and we have to learn what it is. We have to tell our kids what it is. Doesn't matter what color you are. Doesn't matter when you came. Doesn't matter your ethnicity. The history of the country is necessary to know, and you should not be ashamed to teach it. You should not be ashamed to teach it. You should actually be proud to teach it because it's a vast history and it encompasses a lot of people that are very unique, very unique. It's not just this little simple story there with like you hear the people talking about we want to reclaim. They make it sound like it was just all beautiful and easy, but it wasn't. So let's take a peep real quick.
We set out to find the living descendants of the enslaved people who built the White House.
Who built the White House. Now let's start it from here.
We are continuing our celebration of America 250 and all the people who literally
they didn't just build the White House, the Capitol and many other buildings in that city.
Built this country. Right now, we can exclusively share a new report from ABC News in a first of its kind collaboration with the 10 million.
How you going to reclaim some shit you didn't build? If you want to reclaim it, would you build it for free? Would you build it for free? Put a 1 in the chat if you would like to go out there and work for free, and you would make those buildings for free. Would you like to do that? I would like to see that kind of patriotism, that kind of pride.
Names Project, an initiative dedicated to finding the names of the roughly 10 million people who were enslaved in pre- and post-colonial America.
10 million. Roughly 10 million. And of course, the data is not the best data because there's a lot of destroyed documents too. So the ones that they found, that's 10 million.
We set out to find the living descendants of the enslaved people who built the White House. Over nearly 2 years, the talented team at American Ancestors combed through hundreds of records across several states to make this happen. And it's a reveal one family never expected. Every year, millions of people from around the world visit our nation's capital. But there's a hidden history here, especially on Pennsylvania Avenue.
I wake up every morning in a house that was built by slaves.
Mrs. Obama exposed a fact that's often overlooked, that enslaved people's unpaid labor helped build the White House. Her comment inspired an ambitious question that for America's 250th anniversary, we set out to answer. Could we find the living descendants of the enslaved people who built the White House, an endeavor that's never been accomplished before? The genealogists at American Ancestors in Boston combed through hundreds of records across several states before finding Ashley Swain, a potential living descendant.
Hi, Ashley?
Hi, yes.
And after confirming her family's genealogy,
I'm talking to the right person. That's really great news.
we asked her and her mother Jackie to come to Washington, D.C. so we could reveal our incredible discovery.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, Ashley.
Lindsay and her fabulous team, they have uncovered some incredible information about one of your ancestors that is truly first of its kind. And so before we get to that, just hearing that, what's going through your mind?
I just said, oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah. I think for me, it's just excitement, nervousness, all the things. It's just like, how did I get here?
Lindsay, the table is yours.
So I'm going to just share with you, if we all can just pass these down. What we want to do is make connections between each individual. So you'll see Ashley, you're on the bottom here, and then Jackie, your grandfather, Ashley, and your father, Robert Smith. This generation, James Peter Smith and Beatrice Marie Hicks. This is your first great-grandparents. Your second great-grandparents are James Hicks and Fanny Rome. Your third great-grandparents are William Hicks and Sarah E. Ambush. They're from Washington, D.C. And then your fourth great-grandfather and grandmother are Calvert Ambush and Patsy Cried.
At the top, we see Calvert Ambush. Can you...
And for a lot of people that don't know this, the data for the population in DC, it goes back before that, even before 1814. It actually goes back to the late 1700s, just for people to know, including the black population that I was speaking about. So if you want to go to DC, that's something to learn, because it was a substantial population. It wasn't a tiny population that you might see on the fringes and never encounter. No. And here's another thing. They lived among the whites. The free ones and the slaves, they lived among each other. They encountered each other daily, not just daily, hourly, by the minute. You see what I'm saying? Like, just so you know, that's the real 1700s in Washington, D.C., 1800s in Washington, D.C., not the one we learned about that became segregated or redlined. This is before all of that. Just so you know.
Can you please tell us the significance of this gentleman in American history?
Your fourth great-grandfather, Calvert Ambush, was one of the enslaved men who built the White House. One of the most iconic landmarks in America.
Really? Oh my goodness.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness.
Your great-great-great-grandfather helped build
The White House.
the White House.
Wow.
Great-great-great-grandfather. So, just to put some perspective on it. That's not great-great-great-great-grandfather. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's like 7 generations back. Yep. And of course, we're not even talking about the colonial history at this point. This is past colonial history. This is after the country was founded.
A little teary-eyed.
To know that you have an ancestor that has such a significant role in our country's history.
Yes.
Is this a first for a genealogical organization?
This is another thing for people that were talking, that have been out there. There's a festival going on in Copenhagen. It's the Copenhagen Jazz Festival. It's usually a great festival, and it is pretty much a good festival, right? But they put out this picture that has nothing to do with jazz, especially if you consider the fact of what jazz was made from, right? What energy, what was harnessed it to create jazz music was this, you see. And so these people, really hold that close to their heart, their culture, because for generation after generation after generation, there just hasn't been, hey, we haven't even gotten reparations for that. You see what I'm saying? We haven't gotten anything for that. So when we create things out of that history, we don't like people fucking it over or pretending like they don't care about it. No. That's something we're proud of. If you care about us, respect our views about it. Don't go shit on our shit. We don't shit on yours. We hold up Nordic values. We understand Danes are very proud to be, they're proud of their history, the Nordic history, Vikings and all, and not just Danes, right? But, You know what I mean? While we're in Copenhagen, you have to understand there's plenty of allies that you have that are very proud of their history too. You should get to know them, especially when they fought in wars also with you. You see what I'm saying? You should get to know part of who they are, especially if you're going to be dealing with part of their culture, which is jazz music. One of those things that's held very close to us. You know, I grew up listening to jazz. My dad grew up listening to jazz. Even though I listen to hip hop and make hip hop, I grew up listening to jazz. Everybody around me in the city knows jazz. Every restaurant I ever went to as a kid, that's what they played, jazz. Every radio station, jazz. You see what I mean? So jazz is not a music made by people looking for handouts for free. You know, jazz is not made by people that beg for something. You know, it's made by people that did it anyway. OK, regardless of what anyone else cared about. You see what I'm saying? Like, so just understand that, you know, this is jazz right here. We're listening to jazz, talking all that jazz right now. This is the history of jazz.
To be able to link a living descendant to an enslaved individual like this who worked in the White House?
Yes, this is the first time we've been able to make the connection. It's incredible that the two of you are sitting here with me. I've been looking for you for 2 years.
Vince, I want to bring you in on the conversation here.
Yeah.
Just give us the historical context.
We know the original White House begun construction in 1792, but then, after the White House was burned in 1814,
Right.
in 1829, President Andrew Jackson had the North Portico built. And that's where we find Calvert Ambush employed.
Oh my goodness.
Calvert Ambush, a name reclaimed, an ancestral family connection restored. We chose the Octagon Museum as the location for the reveal because of its connection to their ancestor story. Professor Vince Brown took us to the basement where the original slave quarters from the 1800s are still intact.
Calvert Ambush's story doesn't end with slavery. He was freed. He was emancipated by another former slave named John Freeman, who was his uncle. And John Freeman lived in this house when James Madison was president, in this basement.
The bill of sale and deed of trust records show that John Freeman took out a loan for $620 to buy his nephew's freedom. And that was a lot.
Yeah, to buy his nephew's freedom. That we talking all that jazz. All that jazz. This is what jazz is all about. When you think about what was on people's minds, what is the ethic that they put into it, right? Why jazz is so important. The rules of jazz. Everybody has to stand on their own with their instrument. Nobody's better than anybody else. Everybody has to stand there before the group and do their thing and show, how savvy are you with this thing? You see what I mean? Your color didn't matter. It's your skill. It's what you put into it. And guess what? If you weren't the best, you could come back anyway, as long as you had the will. You see what I mean? Nobody was going to shun you. That's what jazz is about. And you know why that's what jazz is about? A fair sport. You know why jazz is about that? Because it's made by people that weren't treated fairly, and they truly respect fairness because of that experience. So let's talk some more jazz.
A lot of money. That was a lot of money.
Yep.
So when you talk about family, taking care of family,
That's it.
people struggling,
Yep.
right, to better their condition, this is that story.
Oh, wow.
Now, after discovering how their ancestor contributed to its construction, Ashley and Jackie are seeing the White House and its grand north portico for the first time.
It feels unreal. It feels unreal. I think just even looking at it and understanding more of the history behind it.
I feel it right now. I got the chills. I won't walk past it again either without stopping here thinking about him.
So you could kind of see, you know, the difference in certain presidents, because they will go up in there and live in there, and some of them will act a damn fool, you know, which is actually bad luck. You know what I'm saying? That's really, really bad luck. When you live in a place that slaves built and you act a damn fool, you just bringing some kind of bad luck on you, you know. And I'm going to tell you myself, you know, I lived in a house myself that actually had slaves, a historic house in DC that actually had slaves at one time. I'm not bullshitting you. In Anacostia, right? On the corner of Mount View and Maple View, if anybody knows Washington, D.C., right? And it had a front staircase and a back staircase. And the back staircase was the staircase for the slaves, right, at that time. And I used to sleep up on the top floor, right, in the attic, you could call it. It wasn't an attic that wasn't built. It was an attic that had rooms in it, just normal rooms, right? And the top floor. And I used to sleep in that place. And I'm going to tell you, I did have some experience with some ghosts or spirits in that room. I'm not bullshitting you as a kid. You know what I'm saying? As a kid, I'm not joking. So I myself wouldn't play around with anything like this. If I was Trump, a character like Trump, I wouldn't even want to go in the building, to be honest with you. Something, I'm pretty sure of it. But in any case, that's my experience,
It was a years-long journey to be able to make this connection for Ashley and her family. We were even able to show Ashley and her mom the physical document that helped piece this all together. And that is just the beginning of an incredible moment.
I love their reaction.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, how would you react if someone told you something like that?
Right. Now this is another dynamic. After we get through this, then we're going to hit the regular news cycle. But check this out. We hear a lot about Trump, not just Trump. Trump is now, in a lot of these maggots talking about kicking Haitians out of the United States, calling them illegals, even though they were actually invited to be workers there, treating them poorly. And they use this whole idea like, you didn't build this country, we built this country. Get out. Go to Haiti. You came here illegal. Lying about people. But today we're going to take your ass on a history lesson, because when you talk shit about people, how you talk about them really says how much you really know about your goddamn self. So here's a lesson for all those people that think it's funny to be harassing Haitians, calling them illegals, telling them to go back home. Here's a lesson for your dumb goddamn ass.
And they were the largest black unit to serve in the American Revolution. Were Haitians? Well, if you visit Savannah, Georgia, you'll see this huge monument which tells that story. In 1779, hundreds of Haitian soldiers traveled from Saint-Domingue to Savannah, Georgia, to fight alongside of American soldiers who were fighting in the American Revolutionary War. The U.S. was fighting against Britain for independence, and they needed help. And so Haitians responded. More than 500 free men of color voluntarily joined the French colonial forces to help the U.S. They were called chasseurs volontaires, and they were the largest black unit to serve in the American Revolution. And the drummer in this memorial is Henri Christophe. He didn't just serve in the American War.
And they had no idea why they were coming to D.C.
You see that?
And she
so that they're the largest black contingent in the Revolutionary War, and we're gonna sit there and let people have the nerve to diss them. Like, don't get me wrong, you diss them all day, but you should look in the mirror and smack your motherfucking self in the mirror for being so stupid and not knowing your own goddamn history and having some fucking respect for the people that helped you fight for your own goddamn freedom. You stupid asses. That just shows you right there. You don't deserve power because you don't even honor the people that actually died for you and shed blood for you. People that could have turned their motherfucking back on you. That's exactly right. And I'm not talking about just any old group of Americans. I'm talking about any American, any look, any color that got the nerve to actually think that Haitians aren't owed respect from us. Like, what is this about? What is this about? Yo, really, largest black contingency. You know what that means, right? You know what that means for African Americans when they say largest black contingency? What does that mean? What does that mean? Think about that. You tell me what you think it means. You tell me what you think it means. especially to African Americans. You tell me what you think that means. And anybody else.
Sounds like a fucking lie.
Let's go.
People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long.
Facts. Let's go.
Did you know that the largest black unit to serve in the American Revolution were Haitians? Well, if you visit Savannah, Georgia, you'll see this huge monument which tells that story. In 1779, hundreds of Haitian soldiers traveled from Saint-Domingue to Savannah, Georgia to fight alongside of American soldiers who were fighting in the American Revolutionary War. The U.S. was fighting against Britain for independence and they needed help. And so Haitians responded. More than 500 free men of color voluntarily joined the French colonial forces to help the U.S. They were called chasseurs volontaires, and they were the largest black unit to serve in the American Revolution. And the drummer in this memorial is Henri Christophe. He didn't just serve in the American War of Independence, he also served in the Haitian War of Independence. He grew to become a prominent leader in the Haitian Revolution, and actually he became the first and last king of Haiti. Haitians have a legacy of standing for freedom and liberty around the world. Truly, Haitian history is world history. Viva Haiti! Did you know that the largest black unit to serve in the American Revolution were Haitians? Well, if you visit Savannah, Georgia, you'll see this huge monument which tells that story. In 1779.
Now you see when these cornball ass maggots get out there and start talking about our ancestors built this country, ours, and then they try to mix color into it, right? White, Christian, they try to mix color into it, right? It just shows you they don't know what the hell they're talking about, which is why they're so destructive to themselves, and why they're so destructive to the Western world. It is no, you don't have to look to any other place. You can just look at how they treat Haitians, and you will know that's why they treat everybody else that way in the West. That's why. Because they turn their backs on anyone who helped the United States of America at any time. It's just like, and they think they're living in delusions of grandeur. Seriously, these maggots are living in delusions of grandeur that are just not backed up by science or history whatsoever, and they should be ashamed of themselves. The United States of America should be ashamed that it doesn't constantly have a constant education program going on with Haiti and other things. Student exchange programs going on with Haiti, work exchange programs going on with Haiti. It's us. We should be ashamed that we don't have a closer relationship with them, because they literally put down their lives for Americans to be free from the British. Literally. And what do we do to them? We don't honor them, but what do you expect? We don't honor any fucking body, you know?
Hundreds of Haitian soldiers traveled from Saint-Domingue to Savannah, Georgia to fight alongside of American soldiers who were fighting in the American Revolutionary War. The U.S. was fighting against Britain for independence and they needed help. And so Haitians responded. More than 500 free men of color voluntarily joined the French colonial forces to help the U.S. They were called chasseurs volontaires, and they were the largest black unit to serve in the American Revolution. And the drummer in this memorial is Henri Christophe. He didn't just serve in the American War of Independence, he also served in the Haitian War of Independence. He grew to become a prominent leader in the Haitian Revolution, and actually he became the first and last king of Haiti. Haitians have a legacy of standing for freedom and liberty around the world. Truly, Haitian history is world history. Viva Haiti!
Right.
Did you know that the largest black unit to serve in...
Now let's get on to the rest of it here. And then we have these folks.
In the midst of the country.
Then we have these folks. They think that they want to reclaim it, but they don't they don't think about the people who fought and died for it.
His 250th birthday festivities, a stark and disturbing display emerged from our nation's capital on Saturday when masked members of the white supremacist group, the Patriot Front, marched through Washington, D.C., carrying Confederate flags and shouting slogans like, quote, "Reclaim America." One photographer captured this stunning, now viral photo of a young black woman sitting on a Metro car while the masked men surround her. Joining our panel now is Roswell Encina, who was also photographed riding the Metro next to Patriot Front members over the weekend. Roswell, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Casey.
Can you take us inside? I mean, I think when we see that photo, it's silent. You see these people standing in their masks. You see this woman sitting there. What was it like to sit on a train car like that?
It was very unsettling, as you can imagine, very uncomfortable. You know, I was heading towards Maryland to the new Carrollton station. If you live in Washington, that's the last stop on the line. You know, it was full of just normal tourists and families from Washington, all in red, white, and blue, ready to go to the mall or get off at Capitol South by the Capitol. You know, when they emptied out, I realized, oh, that was fun. It was nice seeing parents with their kids and babies just celebrating the 4th of July. Then after they left, you know, the car pretty much emptied up. At the next stop, I saw this mass amount of men in masks and hats and sunglasses, and it was very unnerving. I probably kind of froze there when they were all kind of boarding, not knowing what was happening, and I had no idea who they were, so I was naturally nervous when a big group of unidentified people walk in.
And you ended up in some photographs taken by a Getty Images photographer. What did it say to you that there was a photographer there?
That's when it alarmed me. This is something, you know. But the photographer also gave me some comfort, knowing that somebody was there with a camera, just in case something happens, because I was realizing if anything happens, I won't be able to identify any of them because they're all dressed the same. So it made me realize to start paying attention. What are they wearing? What's on their hats? What's on their shirts? Just to give me an educated idea who they were. And I was texting some friends, you know, this is happening. I just want you to be aware that I'm in the middle of a metro by myself.
Right. So, and there's going to be some people out there that say, oh, well, why were they so scared? They weren't doing anything. Okay. Is that really what you think? You think they weren't doing anything? Let's just remind people of what they were actually doing at that time, so folks can be reminded, you know, be reminded of exactly what happened. Let me see here. Is this? Here we go. Let's play this one real quick. Boom. Let's see what's going on here.
Tell me to sacrifice a child. No, I'm gonna. All I'm asking you to do is take just a chicken off of your face and say it again. Yeah, you're gonna make me transmit the sins into a chicken. Well, you guys did it to children, but you know, like, you guys had to change it. When the Jew resides in America, it will never be holy until all of you are gone. Okay.
Right. So you heard what he had to say, right? And again, these are people that don't know any American history. Why? I have no clue why they don't know. But we're going to check in on some American history because somebody has to talk about the lies. He's sitting up there holding a cross, as you can see, right? He's holding a cross up and he doesn't even know. Number one, he doesn't even know where Jesus was walking around. Jesus was not walking in America. OK, Jesus was not in America. That's in the Middle East. That's in Africa, in the Middle East. Two places. OK, two different places between Africa and the Middle East and back and forth. He doesn't know where Egypt is with Moses. I mean, what's up with this? And then what about Jesus? Where was he high? Where was he camped out at? You know, so that area is where that story, you know, takes place. Egypt is mentioned more times in the Bible than any other place. You see what I'm saying? But just for people that don't know colonial history, let me pull something up just so it can be very clear because I want people to see this. Can y'all see this? Oh, okay. Here we go. Right here. This book right here. And people need to read it. It's not a new book. It's not it's nothing to be. Oh, hold on. It's not anything special unless you have never read it before. Right. But it's called Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America. Yes. So, and this book is by Elizabeth Caldwell Hirschman and Donald N. Yates. And you should pick that book up if you want to know about colonial America, right? And you want to know about the people that were there, right? Just to be very clear, this book is called Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. So this is before even the country, the United States, was created, right? And you know George Washington was British, right? So who was among him? Who were some of the immigrants that were there also? What was the Inquisition about? Who were the people that came with other Europeans, with Christians? Who were they, right? What were their backgrounds? A lot of these people, this book focuses in on crypto Jewish people and crypto Muslim people, people that were Muslim and Jewish. And because of the Inquisition, they had to change their names, or they had to change their faith or hide their faith. They weren't allowed to practice openly. But because they came to colonial America together with the other Christians and other Europeans, right? Because they came, particularly Spanish and British, right? Because they came, and others. It wasn't just two countries. It's all European countries had Jews and Muslim converts, maybe more Jews, but in Spain, maybe a lot of Muslim converts too. It depends on where you're coming from, right? Now, they traveled to America also. And these people, don't get me wrong, of course, there were African slaves also that were Muslim converts also that brought there. But this book is not talking about them. This book is not even dealing with the slaves. We're just talking about the colonialists, the people that were actually the colonialists, right? These were not the slaves. You see what I'm saying? And these people that were converts, and they know this because this book shows, as you can see at the top, it says genealogical history. It gives you the names of all of these people that they have records on. And it's many people. It's a lot of people. Now, I can't show you this book here. Let me see if I can pull something up, a description of it real quick. 2 seconds before we move on. And I know a lot of the maggots don't want to know about this, but listen, this is actual American history. So you shouldn't just be ashamed of something that you don't know. You could do something different and just learn. That's what books are for, right? And here we go. So let me put this up here on the screen. Americans have learned in elementary school that their country was founded by a group of brave, white, largely British Christian, modern reinterpretations recognize the contributions of African and indigenous Americans, but the basic premise has persisted. This groundbreaking study fundamentally challenges the traditional national storyline by postulating that many of the initial colonists were actually Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish ancestry. Right, because of the Inquisition. People had to change their names and their religion if they wanted to keep their property and not be expelled or be killed even. Okay? Right. Supporting references include historic writings, ship manifest, wills. That's wills for people that die. They give their property to their kids. Land grants, DNA test results, genealogies, and settlers lists that provide for the first time the Spanish, Hebrew, Arabic, and Jewish origins of more than 5,000 surnames. The majority widely assumed to be British, by documenting the wide. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're just talking about people that came with the British, pretty much. They might be Spanish, but in any case, here, by documenting the wide presence of Jews and Muslims in prominent economic, political, financial, and social positions in all the original colonies. This innovative work offers a fresh perspective on the early American experience. Now let me see here. Format. See, I think if I go over to the left right here, read a sample. Right. Read a sample. Let's check out the sample. So you have a clear idea of what's actually in this book. Okay. Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. Right. By Elizabeth Hirschman and Donald Yates. Right. Okay. Genealogy history, right? Here we go. Table of contents. Map makers, privateers, and promoters. 2. Sephardim in the New World. 3. Virginia first and not so English colony. Yo, this book is dope. I'm telling you. Look. 4. Massachusetts Pilgrims. You can get this on the net anyway. Anyone can read this. Massachusetts Pilgrims, Puritans, Jews, and Moors. Right. 5. New York colony, Dutch, British, and Jewish. Right. They know this. Right. Through the genealogy, through the records. They know this. So when you see these guys here, let me just go by. Oh, let me read the rest of this. Maryland Catholic and her taste. What is it? It's so small I can't see it. I'm sorry. Let me maybe I should make it a little bigger. Is that it? Maybe that makes it better for me, a little easier to read. Nah, not really. Okay. Her taste. Okay, whatever. 8. Huguenot, South Carolina. 9. Georgia, the last colony. 10. Beacon of Freemasonry, Elias Ashmole, John Skeeney, and early American lodges. Right. So look, appendixes: Jewish naming practices and most common surnames, rituals and practices of the secret Jews of Portugal, Muslim ritual and beliefs. Right. They cover a lot in this book. It's not just a joke. Okay. I'm going to put this in the chat so people can read it. And indeed, it's packed full of information. So for these guys here, right, when they're out there talking all of this hatred stuff, right, which they largely, it's terrible that they do this. It's really terrible that they do this. But for some reason, we allow it to go on in the United States of America without ever really checking it fully, which is a shame for us. But here, let me just give you an idea. Here they are again. This is the stuff they're saying. They're literally talking about America won't be pure until all the Jews are gone. And see, the problem is that when you identify them this way, it's actually a problem for everyone else too. Right? Because you're defying history when you say these kind of things.
Just one. I don't think challenge is refused. You're going to tell me to sacrifice a child. No, I'm going to. All I'm asking you to do is take just a chicken off of your face and say it again. Yeah, you're going to make me transmit the sins into a chicken. Well, you guys did it to children, but you guys had to change it. When the Jew resides in America, it will never.
Okay, so here's the point. Some of these people that are saying this shit might actually be related to some of them. Yo, you want to say something, Michael?
Yeah, we could circle back to obviously Haiti playing a role in the American Revolution.
Yeah.
And it really was because of the fact that the French sent Haitians to help during the American Revolution, right?
Yes.
Even the Spanish helped during the American Revolution, right? So for these individuals to not understand that in order for the U.S. to gain their liberty, it took the help of other major nations to be able to gain our independence. And the fact that they think that it was only some white Eurocentric individuals who fought under those, for freedom, it's a joke.
It's a flat out joke. It's a joke. And the thing is that no one else that knows the actual truth, people that know the truth, know history, don't go around beating their chest talking about it's mine. It's my country. That's not how they behave, because they're aware that so many people played a role. Right.
Yeah.
But these people do that, and they think that they're just going to get away with this shit. Reclaim. Well,
it's a part of them dismantling the Board of Education, right? It's a part of them excluding a lot of studies and not considering them viable degrees. So now they have to, in order to get them, they are now forced to take out higher rate loans. They're not going to be able to take out your average student loan, right? So it's what comes with higher education, right? When you look at, just even teachers, right? Teachers right now aren't considered what they would consider a professional degree,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you have individuals who are advocating for that because these are the same individuals who didn't go to college. They never experienced the benefits of college, right? The structure of college, right? Being forced to learn things that otherwise you just wouldn't know,
Right.
right? And when it comes to American history, they're rewriting it by by disenfranchising everyone by not teaching real American history,
Right.
right? And they'll
Right.
call it, then they'll say that we're the ones trying to rewrite history by acknowledging the actions of other nations, other countries, and other people other than anyone who was white Eurocentric, right?
Right.
And again, it just has to do with a lot of the conservative movement. Again, not the libertarian movement, the conservative, the neoconservative movement, who what have no idea what real American history is,
They
right?
out there
It's the
lying
reason
to
why.
people, bro. They just.
They're lying to
I mean,
themselves.
the ones that are in Congress and all of this shit. I mean, not maybe some of them like Marjorie Green Taylor. I'm not talking about that type because she probably doesn't know shit like this. But there's many of them that know this stuff and they just sell the ignorance.
Yes.
They benefit from selling the ignorance. But they know that this shit is real. Like, and one other thing before you go on, I just wanted to say these people, don't get it twisted. They were crypto Jews when they first arrived because that was the backdrop, the Inquisition. But once the settlers started getting a foothold, they stopped forbidding. It was, at one time it was forbidden for them to practice their traditional religions, these settlers. At one point it stopped. This is even before this is before the US was founded. The banning of these religions stopped. So you had these people, and look, there's some islands in the United States today that are known for this, man. In the Caribbean that are known for this. These people were allowed to practice their religion back before the 1700s in America. Judaism, Islam, just openly, along with Christians and others, and they know this, which is why the founding fathers stayed away from religion, because they knew there were other things at play. They knew there was there was just another backdrop. There was a lot of things to consider when taking up that topic, so they just stayed away from it, and just said God. Let everybody just believe in their own God. If you believe in a higher power, that's good enough for us. But go ahead.
Yeah, and this is the fundamental reason why they purposely wanted, church and state separate, right? They did not want the state dictating who and what religion you can and should be practicing, right?
Right.
Our founding fathers were relatively young. I think some of the oldest were in their early 40s, right? Some of the youngest were early 20s, and I think the youngest one was like 19 years old, right? So imagine these individuals had the foresight to know the America that they wanted to shape, and they placed it in the Constitution, right? I think, obviously at the time, something like slavery was just too much of a commodity for them to cause that uproar at that time. But they knew themselves that eventually America was what should have been a free country for everyone, right? And you have these individuals in today's age, the current MAGA movement, the current conservative movement, right? It's always been the conservative movement overall, right? They've always believed these things. It's just that now they're able to openly practice, this racist rhetoric, right? They don't get pushback. They don't get, any type of backlash. And it starts with, it starts systematically, right? When we look at, the current Trump administration or the current DOJ that's attacking the Southern Poverty Law Center, it's because they want to create the narrative that the left is funding the hate in America and that hate doesn't exist. When it's alive and well, we can see it. We can see it. Marches like this show us that it is alive and well, that we're not crazy to believe. But they'll have you think that it's, like even yesterday in the chat, they're like,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, even yesterday in the chat, they were like, oh, this is funded by the Democrats. Like,
But that's
do you
their little Reddit
understand?
narrative. That's the Reddit narrative. It's
Yes.
all copy paste. You know, they spread this stuff such an organized manner. It's like, look, you can spread disinformation, but listen, most Americans ain't falling for it. So you get your ass out there in the street and follow that disinformation if you want. Sooner or later, you're gonna be hit by a brick wall because it ain't
But
real.
that's also that's also the thing, right? We have to understand that they're not trying to convince you and I, right? Who they're trying to convince is the younger generation who will never know unless they take the time
Yeah.
to educate them, right?
Yeah.
They're the ones who are going to be confused and question
Right.
what is the truth,
Yeah.
right? And that's their motive.
Well,
Their
that's why
motive
we
isn't to
here.
convince you and
That's
I,
why
right?
we here.
I mean, and I would hope so, and that's why
Yeah.
I encourage everyone in this chat to speak about what we talk about here in terms of education, right? Spreading that education. Otherwise, it's useless, right? You knowing it and not passing it along doesn't help anyone else be better, right? And that's the point of being progressive, right? Having the people overall having a better educated view on what America, current America, chooses to lie to us about, right? Or chooses to think that we're the ones who are disenfranchising, you know, by racist rhetoric when we're not the ones who are racist, right? I think it takes for someone to be an oppressed group in order to experience full racism. Not to say that, white people can't experience racism, but a huge part of racism is oppression. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I agree 100%. Yeah, a lot of it is power dynamics. It's all based on power dynamics. So if you don't have power, you're likely to face a little bit or experience some of it, and it could be anybody. It's about the power dynamics, and that's where we need to be conscious of it, because sometimes people debate and say that a white person can't experience racism, but you have to define it. I actually, you got to understand racism, just the term itself has different, there's different aspects to it. You have criminal with the criminal racism, civil racism. Then you have academic racism, which is like dealing with the macro level, theoretical racism on its macro level, like how it works on the big level. Who has the most power on earth? Then people could experience some dynamics underneath that group, right? But but if you're also on the not the micro, but the what's the opposite of the macro? I'm tripping.
Micro and macro too.
But on the micro, right? The anything can happen. Let's say you got a group, you grow up in a neighborhood, and it's the neighborhood is mostly black people, and then there's one white guy that grew up in the same neighborhood. If it's possible that they might experience some racism. I mean, I know a few guys like that. They didn't experience any racism, but that's because black people don't typically enjoy that. You know what I mean? Doing that to people, because we know racism, right? But it's not to say that it can't happen in a lot of other ways. So on the micro level, it can happen to anybody, On the macro level, you could always debate, but it has something to do with a lot of power and a lot of institutions. Yeah, a lot of institutions that have been built up. You see what I mean? That's institutional discrimination or racism. So, but check this out. For people to know, this book, they have a list of names of crypto Jews and crypto Muslims. Excuse me if anybody's offended by that, but this is what they were called, right? Or conversios, right? That came to America with as colonizers. They weren't slaves. They weren't colonizers, but they weren't slaves either. They were people that worked for the main power groups, right? So these people may have organized plantations, or they may have done other work. They may have had other businesses. You don't know, right? It's detailed, it's individual, but they have their names. And so this shows you today the names of the people that are Americans today. And a lot of these people may just be known as white people, just white. You might see these people and they could just be white people, everyday white people. And then when you go through it, they know by their names which ones were convertios from Islam and which ones were convertios from Judaism, right? They go through the whole list of names, and a lot of these names you say every goddamn day of the week. You see people just like that. You would be surprised. Listen, my name, of course, people don't know this. My last name itself, right, is popular in the South of the United States, South Carolina, North Carolina, right? There's a lot of people with my last name there. A famous governor had my last name, right? So, and one of the biggest, probably the biggest slave plantation in the country, was owned by this famous governor, right? Now, but what people don't talk about is that name, people know it as an English name, and it is an English name, but that name has a lot of variants depending on what country. If you're coming from Britain or if you're coming from Spain, it has a lot of variations. But that name is a Sephardic name. You see what I mean? So you got to understand it. Early on, there's a lot of Sephardic and Muslims that we're calling white. We're thinking that they come from they don't realize these people they converted a lot of these people, that they weren't actually the top group. You see what I mean? They were the secondary group, you know. And this guy right here, bro, this dude right here, he's running around here talking about Jews, right? It's so crazy. He's running around here talking about Jews, and he has no idea. He better research his goddamn name. I tell you that much. He better research his name, man, because you will be very surprised when you research names, you know. But in any case, I just wanted to share that with people. Let me see. Let me bring back to the top so people know this book. This is an excellent book to read. Actually, I actually got this book. You know, I don't have it with me now because I have it in storage with a lot of my other books. But here, it's called Jews. It's a genealogical history of convertios, converts, Muslim converts, and Jewish converts that came with the colonialists, right? Due to the fact that they had to convert in the Inquisition if they wanted to keep their properties or they wanted to keep their freedoms or didn't want to die in Europe. So they had to convert, and many of those converts came to the early Americas with, you know, so yeah, there it is. It's written by Elizabeth Hirschman and Donald Yates. And so these people were all there in colonial America, and their ancestors are all with us today. You see? So, yeah, I just wanted to share that with people. Now, you want to say one more thing, bro? Anything else you wanted to say, Michael?
Oh, no, I think I'm good. You know, I think we can proceed forward just to kind of get a fast forward on all the nonsense that we have going on.
Yeah. You know, yeah, I know that was a little slow. It might be a little heavy because people like to hear about what's going on with Donald Trump and like to see the exciting things, maybe some of the marches and the hate, you know, like these hate groups and things like that. But look, if you want to combat it, you actually got to go back to the history of it. And the history can be quite boring. You see what I mean? I mean, it's exciting in one way, but a lot of it is just in books. You know what I mean? A lot of it is just in reading. It's not always the exciting things, because saying hateful things is exciting, sadly enough, right? You know, maggots walking around and talking about Biden is exciting. A lot of the maggots love that. Just talk down to people. That's what a lot of people want to hear about here on the internet. Hear Americans talking down. But when it comes to learning something about their own goddamn country, a lot of times they don't want to know. They don't want to know who built the White House. They don't want to know who built the Capitol. They don't want to know that their names, they have a lot of their names gathered. These people were slaves. Not all of them, but a large amount of them. The Capitol wouldn't even been finished without slaves. You see what I mean? They actually had a shortage of workers. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, a lot of these, but they had a shortage of laborers in Washington, D.C. to build shit. You know? So, yeah. So when you're walking around that city and you talking about you want to reclaim it, you better claim all of it. Claim the whole history. You see what I mean? Don't forget the actual history of it. Yeah. So let's continue now. Let's see here. Let's go. Let's get on. Now let's get into Mitch McConnell.
McConnell
This is going to be funny now. On to the legacy media.
Have you heard any word on him? I have. I spoke to him yesterday, and he was in good spirits. I mean, he was paying very dialed in, paying attention to what's going on, and indicated that he would be back soon.
That was the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, just days after Senator Mitch McConnell was admitted to the hospital. It has now been 3 weeks since McConnell was admitted. We still don't know why he's there. Today, spokespeople for both Leader Thune and the GOP whip, John Barrasso, said the senators recently spoke to McConnell about a variety of topics. McConnell's office says he's recovering, but they've not provided any details about his condition, which has left room for rampant speculation, even prompting some MAGA voices to say McConnell's team needed to provide proof of life. Joining us now in the arena is Al Cross. He's a political columnist for the Northern Kentucky Tribune, professor emeritus at the University of Kentucky, long-standing dean of the press corps in Kentucky, and has covered McConnell for a long time. But I actually do, Al, want to start with, I know, our mutual, I know you know Scott Jennings quite well from your time, because Scott...
Start with the news. Scott has the news.
Scott has the news, exactly. You spoke with Mitch McConnell today. What did you talk about? What did he say?
Yeah, he called me this morning before I did my radio show. We talked for about 17 minutes. You know, he talked a lot about the situation with Iran, talked a little bit about Ukraine and what's going on in Europe. I told him I'd been to the Teddy Roosevelt Library. We talked a little bit about the history of the vice presidency and how Roosevelt had transformed that in the modern presidency, a little history of the Senate. I mean, it was a wide-ranging conversation. I talked to him often. I hadn't talked to him since he'd been in. I'd gotten a few text messages from him, but I hadn't spoken to him. So it was good to hear his voice. Voice sounded strong and sounded like he was keeping up with the news to me.
Did you ask him how he was feeling?
Yeah, he said he was feeling okay. You know, obviously well enough to call me on the phone, and obviously well enough to talk to Barrasso and Thune. Now, look, I'm not qualified to discuss any medical issues or give you any information about that. That's really for him or his staff to do. But, you know, I talk to him from time to time, and I see him from time to time. And, you know, we had a conversation today about the things that we normally talk about, which are news of the day, political stuff.
Did you come away feeling like he's still capable of serving the people of Kentucky as senator?
I came away feeling that he was staying on top of the news. Again, I look, his condition and why he's in the
Yeah, Mitch McConnell, he's like, what is he, 93, 98 years old?
Hospital, or when he might come out, or look, that's.
Do you know why, and are just saying it's not at liberty to share?
I do not know why. I only know, frankly, what has been reported or what his office has said. So it was a personal, private call, but I didn't probe him too deeply for his medical records.
Would you encourage him or anyone in his position to be more transparent with his voters about his health than he's been?
All right, I'm just going to cut to the chase. His wife is in China, yo, meeting with the Chinese government. What's up with that? Did you hear that, Mike? Did you hear that, bro?
She didn't even wait for his body to get.
Why isn't he talking about it? He did. Look, notice how they did. His wife didn't even come up in the conversation.
Which, I think, it's crazy because legacy media in particular won't cover that aspect, and it's frustrating because, one of the only medias that had mentioned it was Breaking Points, right?
Yeah.
Where they're popular, but they're independent, right? Nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're the only ones really to bring up and mention the fact that his wife literally fled this past weekend straight to China, right? So her dad, if I'm not mistaken, was a prominent businessman in Taiwan who had close dealings with the Chinese government. So that's where she comes into play. So now who knows what she's telling the Chinese government, right? And what would be the reason for her to immediately leave? Also, his children's social media has shut down. They've completely went ghost, silent. They've deleted their Twitter accounts, their IG accounts, so they can't be reached. And so when it comes to Mitch McConnell, apparently they've had rumors like a good solid rumor. We can't confirm completely, but they're saying he's brain dead, right?
Yeah.
And so They're trying to prop him up now.
That
They're
makes
trying
sense.
to say that it does. It does, right? He had a stroke. So essentially he had a stroke, a heart attack, and we don't know how long his body went without oxygen because his son apparently
and that's what it comes down
found
to:
him,
brain damage.
called EMS.
Yeah.
Yes.
How many minutes do you have to go without oxygen for
3.
brain damage? 3 minutes.
3.
Yeah. So that's
And
not a
even
lot.
a little bit less, like 2.5, but 3 minutes is
Yeah.
the max. Once you go without 3, that's it. You start accruing major brain damage.
Yeah. And
that
I
makes
could
it less likely for you to come back.
Exactly. So that's not a lot of time. You know what I mean? So yeah, we will see how it goes. But go ahead, continue. I'm glad you got some background on this. Yep.
Yeah, I was extremely interested because we're not hearing nothing officially from Mitch McConnell, but we're hearing the Republicans put out that he's recovering and that they've heard about him. They heard from him, but he's just recovering. He's not able or willing to speak publicly yet. And it's like, what? This makes no sense.
Right.
But they don't want, because Mitch McConnell was obviously like lock and step, right? So they don't have another candidate who's going to replace him. That's going to be lock and step, especially for his congressional seat. So when we look at that, it is because obviously they don't want it to start fracturing, right? So they still have, bills like the SAVE Act, right? That they want to easily get passed through, and this could affect that, right? So we're gonna see how long they're gonna stall before they actually call him out, right? But if he is brain dead, the most he can be brain dead is around 3 weeks, and then organ failure starts to kick in. So he effectively becomes, a living corpse. He can be on a respirator, but once your body disconnects from your brain after about 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks, your organs start to shut down, like your kidneys, your liver, and then from there, it just becomes hard to just maintain your body, right? Because now they're not going to put you on dialysis because you're susceptible to infection, right? Your body starts developing infections because you're brain dead, so it's not responding to a lot of attacks or just infections that you would normally get.
Right.
And if he doesn't die from pneumonia or anything secondary from being brain dead, eventually all his organs will, eventually fail and he'll die, right?
Yes,
But
sadly. That's how it works. That's how it works. It's science. Biology.
It is, yeah. And I know, obviously not to get personal, but I know from personal experience. So,
well, it happens. That's how it happens, bro. When you get old, that is, even if you had a long, healthy life, when eventually your organs are going to start passing. Things are going to start passing. If you're lucky, none of that. It doesn't happen that way. Maybe you go out in your sleep one day and nobody really knows without that much. But for a lot of people, it begins with an organ here or there just going. And like you said, when one goes. If your blood is not clean, then basically it's just going to trigger other ones. He started off with the brain probably because he passed out, but we don't know what other illnesses he had. But once one goes, it can easily affect others. The function of your other organs. If his brain goes, they gotta keep everything else alive. To me, it sounds like I'm betting it's the brain. But who knows? Who knows?
I don't doubt it 100,000%, right?
He was an old guy and he passed out. So
it was old,
yeah.
And even to circle back to what you said, when people die in their sleep, they're dying from a stroke in their sleep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
your body just doesn't have time to process it.
Right.
And so you pass in your sleep due to a stroke. This man just was probably actively moving and caught a stroke. And again, we don't know. Obviously, I think I can almost for surely say, I can say with 99% sureness that man is brain dead, right? Between the time it took for his son to get to his dad's house, call the ambulance to reach there is no possible way that he doesn't either have major brain damage to the point where he's a living vegetable or he's brain dead. Those are the two options.
I'm not laughing at what you're saying. I'm looking at the poll in the chat, man. We got a good chat here, bro. This is so people are good sports, yo. Here it is. If you want to know if you're watching TV and you don't see the chat, check out the chat. You know, get your remote and make sure you chime in on the poll. The poll is Scott Jennings lying? Oh, I put a lying about Mitch, and you could answer hell yes, man. Are you stupid? Or you can answer no. Why would he do that? I'm dumb. And 22% of the people put no. Why would he do that? I'm dumb, yo. What's up, y'all? They some funny folks, man, in the chat, man. These trolls be tripping out this thing. If those are the only two options, hey, there it is. But 70% say, hell yes, man. Are you stupid? Yeah, Scott Jennings is a liar. You know, is a lying. I think I go with that one too, man. I don't believe a damn thing. Scott. Why would I? Why the hell would I believe it? What the hell? I'm sorry, man. I'm just gonna go on record. I believe he's totally lying 100%. And if he just happens to be telling the truth one time this year, then fuck it. I'll take that chance, you know. But let's hear him cap some more, though. Let's see.
Good question. I think that's a fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. But on the other hand,
what? Hold on.
Him or anyone in his position to be more transparent with his voters about his health than he's been so far?
Good question. I think that's a fair. I think that's a fair thing to say.
That means he's not looking good. Scott Jennings may not want to keep lying. I mean, you know, he thinks that's a fair thing to say. Yeah, because the only reason why I would think Scott Jennings wouldn't do everything to cover up is if he knows it's just not going to work. And this seems like he knows it's not going to work. He can't go that far. He's just being very polite. I had a good conversation with him. But yeah, that would be the right thing to do to let the people know. But if you're so fucked up, how could you do that?
With his voters about his health than he's been so far?
Well, I hope that CNN holds him accountable. I hope that they hold him accountable when we find out that this man is a vegetable or brain dead.
Thank you. Exactly. What look, what's up with the news these days? Man, we don't get to know nothing about nothing. Anybody can do. Trump can be a lunatic and they just kind of slap him on the hand. This is how the media treats this time period we're in. The economy's sinking. You know, people mortgages, people are defaulting on their mortgages left and right across the country. People are complaining about the cost of food, you know, cost of energy. And no one's listening. We got a president that's out there lying. He wants Greenland now. Did you hear that? Like he literally yesterday reiterated he wants to get Greenland. He wants to take Greenland. What the dude? What is going on? He's not focused on the people. He's not focused on the voters, man. And the news is not upset about it. Nobody's going. Yo, the news. I'm sorry. They're just too passive about it. And I
mean, they have their motives, right? They have their motives. They have their donors, and you know, a lot of these news companies are being consolidated, right? So they don't want to stop any type of mergers, right? And their CEOs are beholden to this administration, right? And again, remember, Trump has sued, right? He sued several media, right? Like, you know, even for any type of comments. So I can imagine that. You know, even if they did want to report on something like this, they're afraid, right? Like this is
that's true. Yeah. He threatened their networks. Yeah. He threatens to take their FCC license away. You know, and MAGAs go, yeah, do it. Why not? Fuck liberal media.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
Because they want to be. They want to believe so bad in the disinformation, right? And anything that goes against that narrative of disinformation, they call it fake news, even though what they're being fed is fake news.
Right.
And so, you know, I do think that gives leeway to channels like ours, right? Because we can give that actual perspective and ask the right questions that media doesn't. The regular legacy media doesn't. They've failed Americans. Right. These press conferences are a joke now, right? He kicks out anyone that asks any tough questions to this administration, right? Also, to get off topic, to circle back to everything, Todd Blanche is going before Congress, right? And he has
we're gonna get that.
He has asked the judge to block to block them asking or finding out about any emails that involve any keywords like Epstein, Trump, and Ghislaine Maxwell, right? So this is such
It's
a
coming to an end,
soap
bro.
opera.
It's coming to
Yeah,
an
it's
end.
crumbling.
You know what's wonderful
It's like
about
the
that?
biggest drama of all time.
Yeah, and you know what's wonderful about that? When Todd Blanche, he's leaving like a roadmap to the goodies, because whatever he doesn't want to come out, it's on record that that's exactly what you need. So even if the judge grants him that, everyone's going to go after that shit anyway later. You know, he's letting them know where the gold nuggets are just by being like, don't do this. No, don't do that. And motherfuckers are like, oh, take a note of that. We better do that. We better do this.
There you go.
It's crazy. So it's oh my God, man. This is just too much. Man.
But to circle back to Mitch, he's a horrible senator.
And he's a real
I
Mitch.
absolutely
He's a real Mitch, ain't he? I think I'm gonna start calling people Mitch instead, because so we don't get too much trouble with YouTube. Yeah, I got to do that. I got to change the B to the M. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he was such a Mitch throughout his whole career, and the Republicans allowed for it because he just capitulated to everything they wanted, and
even to the last straw, man. He could have saved America. Yeah. He talked like he was going to save America. He stood up to Trump, and then in the last second, nope.
Exactly. And you know what? I think that, in the long run, it will show, like, why wouldn't you want to leave a positive reflection on your political career? Why wouldn't you want to be remembered?
That was his
great
chance.
Highlight.
That was his chance. And instead, he's going to die. The dude that could have saved the United States of America, but didn't.
Exactly.
And maybe that's how it's deserved. Maybe that's how it's supposed to go out for him. That's just.
I mean, maybe he did. Yeah, right. Maybe that's the fitting end for someone who was so disingenuous and such a Mitch throughout his whole career, right?
Yeah.
And first of all, when multiple other independent medias are saying that he's brain dead,
yes,
that these rumors don't come out from nowhere, right? It's just that what happens is currently with this administration, they don't want to be the one who gets identified as the whistleblower, right? They don't want to because they know that they'll get prosecuted.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They know,
yeah.
And that's what sucks, right? They know they'll get prosecuted. They know that they don't want to be labeled as that whistleblower, unfortunately. And so, sadly for Mitch, again, he's either a vegetable or he's brain dead. Both which will lead to obviously him not being a functional senator.
Right. So votes. They're missing a vote. The Republicans are missing a vote. As long as he doesn't get his ass back to Washington and get his ass in the chamber, they're missing a vote, right?
I mean, technically, right? Who knows?
Can he vote by his bedside? Can he vote by bedside?
Great. I mean, I have not heard of an instance, but who knows?
Let's look at that.
Current administration. Yeah, let's look that up.
Yeah. Can Mitch?
Do they need to be president?
McConnell vote from his hospital bedside for a congressional bill? Is he a senator? Hold on. What's he? Is he a senator? Mitch McConnell? Oh, let me see something. Hold on. Let's find out.
Yeah, he's a senator.
Yeah, I wrote congressional, but it's not. It's senatorial.
Yeah, he's a senator. He's Senator Mitch McConnell. He's part of the Senate.
But
he's not a House member. He's a Senate member.
But he can't. In-person voting is mandatory in the Senate. Yeah. So now it explains the secrecy behind it. He can't vote by the bedside. So he's got to drag his ass there in public, and it's likely not going to happen. Yeah, it's not, and it doesn't matter if it happens. Maybe it happens next year, but this year he won't be voting on shit anytime soon. If he wants to vote on something, he's going to have to drag his ass there and do it. So yay! This is one for the Dems. Yo, where the maggots at? Where the maggots at in the chat? Yeah, ha 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 ha. You lost one. Now check it out. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Mitch McConnell is brain dead. Put a 2 in the chat if you think no, he's getting better and will be back at work very soon. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Mitch McConnell is brain dead. Put a 2 in the chat if you think no, he's getting better and he'll be back at work very soon. I want to see how many people. Also, you, Barry. These maggots, boy. You ask them a question and they just answer Trump. What year was your mama born? Trump. What's the name of your dog? Trump. Got a little sister named Trump. It's like, goddamn.
I'd love to know how many conservatives named their dog Trump after this president. I would love to know that statistic now.
Man, I don't think I could. I might kill my animal if he's named Trump, bro. I could never do that, bro. I wouldn't do it to any animal. That animal's gonna be getting kicked. People are gonna be kicking that animal's ass. Oh my god!
Another thing I found out was that the new GLP weight loss drugs are closely linked also to stopping or slowing down early signs of dementia and Alzheimer's related diseases.
They're into that,
which is
right?
why the new Eli Lilly experimental drug that they're not saying who they released it for early.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know the description fits Trump.
Trump.
Exactly.
That's the answer to that question.
Exactly.
That's easy.
So they're saying that these GLP-1 drugs, especially the one that Eli Lilly has made that is still under compassionate care. As someone for compassionate care, it's still in the third phases, so it's one stage before the final stage, which he got that experimental drug early. And essentially, it's been linked. Well, GLP-1s and now this one in specific has been kind of tailored to. They haven't said too much on the drug, but it's been tailored to kind of treat early signs of dementia to slow it down. So clearly, we know that something's up, right? So. We'll see. We'll see soon enough. We'll start seeing the decline, within, by the end of this year. We'll know by this time next year, if we have a functioning president, right? And it's going to be interesting to see how they try to, because at the end of the day, the name of the game right now, is, obviously there's strong evidence that Trump has a dementia-related illness, which a lot of people are speculating, frontal temporal dementia, which is a slower-moving dementia, but
it sounds It sounds like something special. He got something special. He doesn't have the regular dementia. He's got he's got that shit where you lean forward, frontal.
Yeah. It's supposed to affect more of his beliefs in terms of grandeur. So that's why. So essentially, whatever he believes, he repeats versus what's said to him, which is reason why I do think that he's bringing up Greenland again. Right?
You know what I'm saying? He's bringing up shit. He can't help it. He can't help it, bro. No, it just popped in his head again. Greenland. We want Greenland.
Exactly. As crazy as it sounds, that's what I truly believe.
Joanna,
right?
Joanna says, brain dead for sure. Appreciate that, Joanna. Yeah.
Mitch McConnell's definitely, there's nothing they can convince me. If that man steps foot, there has to be someone who is at that point. That's a clone. That's not Mitch McConnell.
He obviously ain't doing that well because they don't have a photo.
Yeah, he was already in a wheelchair, right? He was already in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And if he could, even if he's at a point where he can barely speak, that's not functioning, and we can't ever allow someone with such a declined cognitive ability to be considered a viable person as a senator to vote on bills like the Save Act.
This
that
guy's
that would be the end of our democracy.
if he could sit up without machines pumping his organs, they would have sent a picture. You know what I'm saying? They would have sent a picture because that would quiet everybody down. Just a picture of him waving.
Yeah, there you go.
That would quiet everything down. Oh, he's getting better, but they can't even do that. So, come on, man. It's a wrap for Mitch.
And so, to circle back to like Trump, right? Frontal temporal dementia, it does play on grandeurs, right? So that's why I truly do believe that's why he's bringing up Greenland.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he brings up a lot of things from, earlier in the campaign, because his mind is regressing to those points, but he's believing that, hey, we're going to win this, and hey, we're going to do this. So he just says what's on his mind, and what's on his mind is his beliefs of his grandeurs.
He's gone up there, bro. He's gone. He's gone, right?
He is definitely like rapidly declining. And you can tell in his physical appearance, right? So when you look at the bruising and things of that nature, it's showing. He's falling asleep and all these active events, right?
Yeah.
These are all signs of early
and
dementia,
all they
right?
have to do to get you to forget that is Joe Biden did that. It's like, how many times did Joe Biden fall asleep on TV? How many times exactly? How many times?
I don't remember any time. So.
Dude, man, they just, it's always Joe Biden. They don't ever want to look at anybody else. It's always Joe Biden and Kamala only, and Obama.
Yeah.
If you talk about this administration, their answer is Joe Biden.
Look, it's insane because these are the same Americans who never had interest in politics. They never cared about politics until Trump became their savior, right? Because they don't understand policy from yesteryear, right? They don't understand Reagan's policy, Nixon's policies, FDR policies. They are not well versed in any type of legislation or policy when it comes to presidents, right? Or just executive branches in the past, right? And so now their whole main idea is to always just hyperfixate. Apparently the first president was Barack Obama, because if it wasn't Barack, then they don't blame any of the presidents, right? They don't even mention George Bush.
No, they don't. They don't mention him. And George Bush was the one who was the president when 9/11 happened. It's like, what the hell? They mentioned Obama. Obama wasn't the president. They mentioned Biden. The biggest attack on U.S. soil happened under a Republican president. It happened under Bush and Cheney, and these were neocons. Okay, and they don't even mention them. That's like the biggest story of their parents' life and their life, and they don't even mention it.
Mm-hmm.
They just disappear.
And that's what's sad.
Yeah.
That's sad, because we're not taught. I would hope that obviously, the internet has made people dumber, right? The fact that people don't have to learn conventionally, they can learn selectively.
Mm-hmm.
It's what the issue is in America, right? Because they'll just Google something, and because they have the access to the internet, they assume they know everything but know nothing. They haven't put in the legwork. They haven't put in the independent time.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably barely literate. So once they read something that's a bit too complicated, they lose interest, and they wait for a talking head to give them talking points as if it's true. I had someone online tell me today that the Southern Poverty Law Center is the group that defines groups as terroristic groups, and that's why BML, Black Lives Matter, and the Black Panthers aren't classified as domestic terrorist groups, but certain white supremacist groups are classified as domestic terrorism. And I'm like,
the Klan hung people and burnt crosses in people's yards. What are they talking about? Drag people down the street in their vehicles. You know what I'm saying? On chains. It's like, what the hell are they talking about? Like, come on.
The Southern Poverty Law
when has Black Lives Matter killed people?
There you go, right? The Southern Poverty Law it's not a government institution. They don't get the option to define who's a fucking domestic terrorist.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
they don't define it. It's true. Yeah, you're right. It's the government that does, and they do it by events.
Some shit up. It's the FBI. The FBI in particular classifies who's fucking a domestic terrorist. Excuse my mind. Who's a domestic terrorist and who's not.
And plus BLM,
right? And that's what's frustrating.
Yeah, and BLM is not a hate group. They don't hate people. They're talking about policy. They're not talking about hate. They want things to be done to be fair for everybody. That's not hate.
There's technically a civil rights movement.
They're not saying.
Was there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was there fraud committed on certain levels throughout independent chapters of BML? Yes, but that doesn't stop the overall civil rights movement, which is Black Lives Matter, right? And they'll use the contrasting phrase "white lives matter," right, as if white people don't have
power.
Like, show me
who is
the
Trump?
Group of white people who are oppressed.
Yeah, exactly. What happened to the Supreme Court when the minority farmers bill came forward? You know, after they've been discriminated against, who handled that? You know what I'm saying? It was the Republicans on the court. You know, they was like, no, we can't give justice to farmers that have been discriminated against when, regarding the federal funding that other farmers got, and they were supposed to get also, but were discriminated against on the state level. We won't help them. That's wrong. They called that discrimination. Hell, you know, resolving discrimination, they call discriminating, the Supreme Court. But listen, yo. This is so funny. Johanna says, Mitch has been a member of the Walking Dead for years. A member of the Walking Dead for years. And Trump is not far from joining the brain dead. Yeah, they all brain dead. They're all brain dead.
No,
they this close to the grave. All of them. Not all of them, but too many. Yeah.
With having the elderly, literally the elderly, the senior citizens representing us
the senile
in the House and Senate. Yeah. Right?
That's sad, bro.
So essentially these people effectively we don't know the cognitive abilities of half these senators now. And I hope that, you know, the end outcome, obviously, you know, I don't wish bad on anybody. Hopefully Mitch is okay, even though I know he's not. But when it comes to the cognitive abilities of almost all of these senators, they all are older, right? We barely have a handful of younger, you know, senators and reps. And, you know, I'm hoping that that's where the future of politics lies, in terms of representation, right? And so hopefully that's the tide we need, having and electing younger, you know, younger representatives in the House and the Senate. Right?
Yeah, because they can do something. They got energy. Exactly. They can hit the streets. These people are fucking hiding in their offices if they even go to the office. It's like, come on.
There you go.
You know,
when we look at the Chuck Schumers, when we look at the Nancy Pelosi's, like even on the Democratic side, right? They're old. They're old, and the fact that they're holding on to power is ridiculous.
But you know what? You know what this means, right? Mitch McConnell, if he doesn't get his ass up to the Senate, there's not going to be any America First Act. There's not going to be any. There may not even be the budget, the NDA, right? For the national defense.
NDAA.
Yeah.
Yep.
None of that shit might go through. Yeah, because one is really enough to tip the scale. Just one missing in Congress or the Senate. Just one. You know, and that's going to make it a lot tighter. But look, let me check something out here. Let me see, where the hell is Mitch McConnell's wife now? 2 seconds. I want to hear about that. She went to China.
Yes, please.
Please. Yeah. I mean, you know, this is extraordinary, and the fact I don't see legacy media really talking a lot about that. That's really strange. I think, given the fact that China is a powerful country, right? And they just launched a missile in the Asian Sea, right? We should be concerned when our members of Congress are meeting in China, bro. Like, what's going on?
McConnell's wife, who went to China and stayed overseas while the senator was hospitalized. Tonight, her spokesperson sent WHAS 11 News a statement about that, saying, quote, the secretary was on a long-planned trip to China to support her family's philanthropic endeavors. The senator's health did not warrant an immediate return to the U.S.
You know something? So Mitch is in a hospital, right? Did she go to the hospital after he got sick, went to the hospital, or before? I'm going to try that. I'm going to check that out.
I don't even know if she went to the hospital, but please, let's find out.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Since returned to the United States.
Okay, damn, that was fast. What the fuck? Yo, that was super fast, man. That was nothing.
Anytime there has been criticism of Elaine Chao, McConnell.
What the hell? That was a 30-second update, 24-second update. Damn, let's hear that again. That was too. She went there, nothing else. She's back now. See you later. I'm out of here. Sounds like somebody told them, you better not bring her name up. Let's see here, because there's not a lot of news about her. Now, let me see. Did Mitch McConnell's wife go, damn, I'm sorry, go to China after he went to the hospital or before? He's been, I think it's after, bro, because, and that's why that statement is written that way. It's just kind of a, look at this. She went after. And the reason why I thought that is because how do you know, since she's the wife, she's the one that has access to all Mitch McConnell's shit, right?
No. Right? She'd be the first person, if not after his son, that they'd have to notify if anything gravely happens to him.
Right, but she got all his private notes, bro. She has access to anything that's Mitch McConnell. She has access to any of that herself because she's the wife. She's in the house. Like, so who knows what she took? Look at this.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, that's what
she essentially is a Chinese spy, right? Like, she went directly to China.
After her husband fell out.
Exactly. Like, look, see, these things like this only confirm that Mitch is either a vegetable or brain dead, because you don't leave your husband in the time of recuperating, because right now he would need intensive care, physical therapy. He would need a lot.
Inspiration.
Motivation, inspiration. He needs Jesus at this point. He needs somebody, right?
Yeah. And she would, if she loved him, she would be like, the last thing she would want is for him to die and her not be here by his side. Right?
Even to take it a step further. Damn. She would be making announcements. His kids would be making announcements saying, my dad is fine. In fact, they're saying nothing. That's what makes it more believable that something grave has happened to Mitch McConnell. When something happens, even if it's on the slightest level, as long as your life is not fully in jeopardy or taken, you're going to make a statement. You're going to think, you know what? My dad just wants his private time. He's recovering. They can't even do that. They just went ghost. Everyone went ghost. His wife left, so she can't even be reached. Who knows what information she took? And we're not even talking about, I'm sure this administration's panicking just even seeing what she did, right? The fact that she just went to China, right? And she was essentially, for a lot of years, they were trying to use her as someone to better China's relationships with the U.S.
Right.
So that's just one other thing, which means she is in direct contact with Chinese government, right? And like you mentioned earlier, she has access to a bunch of information that is near classified or just well kept within the Senate, right? Future proposals, anything of that nature. She would have insight to that.
I think
right?
so, bro.
So these are things that, now it's like, she just automatically left shortly after he was hospitalized. That means she knows his condition, 1, 2, and she chose to leave, right? All his kids are gone. They're missing, right? They all shut down their social media accounts. They can't be found as well, right? And now Mitch McConnell himself hasn't been able to speak. Apparently CNN knows they know that he's good, because apparently they got a personal phone call as if he wouldn't talk to the president before he talks to press. That's wild. That's wild. We think someone who's recovering from a stroke is going to call in to someone who's a broadcaster on CNN and say, I'm fine, I'm good, tell the people I'm good. What? What? It just makes no sense. It is a joke.
Johanna says all the fossils in government should have passed the reins over to the younger generation a long time ago if they cared about the future. Yeah, absolutely. If they cared at all, yeah.
I always say that. If they
don't
care
give a goddamn
and want to melt Americans for everything they have, including the healthcare, they would, even in my profession in general, you always prepare for your predecessor. You always find your predecessor. You find them to replace you so you can move up, move forward, or exit.
Right.
Right? So you're not leaving the company in a bad stance. In fact, they'll give you glowing recommendations, and if you need to come back, you come back. But you find your replacements, and none of these senators and House members are finding their replacements. Right? They're not going, "Hey, this is the person who I want to take my seat. Constituents, please vote for him because he believes in what I believe." None of them.
Right.
None of them.
Yeah, they got career.
So-
They in it for the long haul till they die.
Yep.
They don't need to mentor
Which is
somebody
why we-
to take over in their state. It's like,
Exactly.
nope, you
Which
just
is
gotta
why
have
we
to
need
fight
presidents
yourself.
on the House and Senate too.
Yeah, it's true, man. It's our government is so goddamn corrupt, and the members, a lot of the members are just thinking about themselves. But that says a lot about the level of capitalism in the U.S. The fact that people think about money first, their family first, how I can, and everyone else second, because you shouldn't think that way. You should be able to say, you know what? I have a good job, but I'm not going to compromise my integrity, or I'm not going to forget my, that I'm just another community member and I have to be involved with my community too. Now, a lot of, it should be that way, but a lot of people get detached. The money gets to them, especially that lobby money. That lobby money puts you somewhere else totally. You're not just getting the health care and a okay home. Now it's like a fantastic home. Your kids are going to fantastic schools. You're going on fancy. You're eating everywhere in the fantastic restaurant every day. You go up a level. You go up a level in life, maybe 2 levels. With that donor money.
It's a different level of power, right?
Yeah,
that
different
power,
level of
even
power.
with that money that comes along. Yep.
Yeah, they become more disconnected. And then again, the American people make it easy for them to do that because the American people aren't willing to vote people the fuck out the first time when they don't do something for them. Our voter, look, we had 90 million people that didn't even vote. That's the opposite of kicking people out of power when they don't do anything from you. That's the opposite. See, if we had people that said, fuck this guy didn't do what I wanted him to do. He said he was going to do this. Now I'm going to vote against him the next time. You would get more stuff done in the U.S. But we got 90 million that just say, oh, well. That's not how you do it. That's not how you hold representatives accountable, And some of these, how long is Mitch McConnell? I mean, Mitch McConnell's a pure example of that. How many years has he been in office? God damn. And his wife is a representative? Hold on. Isn't that right? Hold on. Let me see something. She's not a representative, is she? Let me see. How long has
Mitch McConnell has been in the Senate seat for 41 years.
41 goddamn years? That's like 2 generations, man. He started off 20. Now his kids got kids. He's still in office, bro.
You were a teenager when that man was in office. When he first
got
elected in office, you were a teenager in D.C.
I was out there DJing and shit, running around, having fun, being irresponsible and shit, hanging out till 5 in the morning. What the fuck? Going uptown, downtown, Mount Pleasant, downtown, K Street, fucking taxis and shit all night over the Pig's Foot, Georgetown, like just running around. What the fuck? No response, not really thinking about anything. And this dude has been in office that long, getting paid in the same city. For who gives a person 40 years? Who does that? What kind of voters do that?
41 years.
I've never fucking seen it before. I'm in Denmark. I don't even think they have politicians. Maybe they have a couple like Lars Løkke, or they have a couple. Don't get me wrong. They have a couple that have been around for a while, but it's just not that typical. It's fewer, way fewer. The U.S., we just got way too many that's been around for a long time, man. 40 years. I would say 10 years, you could still stay in the party. You could still be active in the party. It doesn't mean you have to be, it doesn't mean you have to be in that, it doesn't mean you have to be in the party on that level. You could work for government in another capacity and still be a member of the same party. Doesn't mean you have to be the parliamentary rep, you know what I mean? Or the congressional rep that long. You can still be useful. You still get your pension, right? You will still get, yeah, man. I don't know. In the U.S., once you've been in Congress, you still get that pension when you stop, right? That pension is for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah, I think it's after 20 years.
You see what I'm saying?
Or yeah, it could be shorter. Actually,
it might be shorter, bro. It might be shorter. I don't think it's that long, and it's just it becomes. Let me find that out. You said 40 years. Once you become a senator, how many years do you need to serve to keep your pension? Or is it pension or health care?
Pension in general.
Pension in general. Even. Yeah, let's see here. I'm curious about that. Just for people to know, a lot of people don't think about this. You give your representatives a lot when you vote. It's 5 years, bro. Fucking 5 years.
That's wild.
That's it.
Insane.
That's it. That's crazy, right? 5 years, you good for the rest of your life. American taxpayers paying for your shit. You know? Yeah. And that's why they act like assholes. And people need to demand more from them. But look, let's move on now. We got Trump. Now we got plenty of time left, though. Yeah, go ahead.
It does vary. See, this is what I was trying to get at. So,
okay.
At age 62, it's 5 years of service, at least 5 years of service. At age 50, with at least 20 years of service.
Oh, really?
And then any age with 25 years. That's where I was getting the 20 mark.
So it is a little longer.
Any
So they
age
got
with 25.
Okay. Well, it's not like that in Denmark. I think all you got to do is serve one. You got to be in there for one term, I think. And I think you get your health care, your pension, and all of that stays there. I believe. I'm not sure, but yeah, don't quote me because I don't like to guess, but I heard something like that. But don't quote me. We can look into it later. But in any case, let's get on to Trump. You know, Mitch McConnell's wife is out there. She's pretty much going to be seen as a spy now. That was really weird to leave your husband in the hospital. Maybe she knows something else that we don't know. Like maybe she saw him and was like, yeah, he's in great spirits. But yeah, I don't know, man. To me, I would be thinking if I go, you don't know for sure, but if it's serious, I would think it was really strange if she left, you know. Yeah, but especially if the prognosis is if they think in a couple of weeks he'll be better, you know what I mean? But he's been missing the whole time. Like he went missing, she left, she came back, and he's still missing. So to me, that tells me he wasn't doing well when she left. But in any case, here's Trump at the NATO summit making a fool out of himself. Let's see how it goes. Mr. Trump.
Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States.
You listening to this fool? He said Denmark doesn't really spend money to help Greenland. What are you talking about? Let's go straight to that. Let me see. How does Denmark help Greenland? I think it's substantial. I think it's substantial. Here we go. Autonomous area, Greenland, Kingdom of Denmark relationship known as Danish Realm or Rigsfællesskab, right? While Greenland handles almost all of its own domestic and internal affairs through the local government, Denmark provides massive financial, administrative, and geopolitical. Let me pull this up for people to see. And geopolitical, where is it at here? Right. Geopolitical support to sustain the island. Denmark helps Greenland through several primary mechanisms. The annual financial block, right? Block tilskud is the most direct way Denmark supports Greenland is through a massive unconditional annual cash transfer known as the block grant. The amount Denmark sends approximately 4.3 to 4.8 billion Danish kroner, around 620 million to 700 million USDA to Greenland every year. Why it matters. The single grant finances close to half of Greenland's public budget. Okay, so it ensures that the Greenlandic government can fund its public sector, schools, and social welfare program despite having a tiny tax base of only 56,000 residents spread across the massive country. So that's $700 million, right? for 56,000 residents, right? So that's massive considering what it has to cover, right? Now, infrastructure and healthcare. Because Greenland's economy has faced recent challenges such as inflation and declines in the crucial fishing industry, Denmark frequently steps in with the targeted economic injections. 26 to 29 framework agreement, the Danish government allocated an additional 1.6 billion kroner. It's up to about $1 billion now. What is that? $1 billion annually, right? I think so, because it went from 700 million and now it's up, they say 253. Yeah, so it's almost $1 billion, 1 point additional, right, to fund the critical infrastructure. This includes building a deep water port in southern Greenland, a new regional airport runway in eastern Greenland, covering specialized healthcare. Under this same agreement, Denmark completely took over the financial burden of treating Greenlandic patients who require advanced or specialized care at Danish hospitals, a cost that Greenland previously had to pay out of its own pocket. Defense and sovereignty. Greenland has no military of its own. Under the terms of the Danish realm, the Danish armed forces bear the full responsibility for defense and security of Greenland and its vast Arctic maritime borders. The Danish Command, based in Nuuk, conducts search and rescue operations, fishery inspections, environmental monitoring, and sovereignty patrols. Amid rising geopolitical tensions in the Arctic involving the U.S., Russia, and China, and Denmark has significantly scaled up its military and surveillance spending in and around Greenland. Foreign affairs and global representation. While Greenland has a high degree of input in Arctic matters, Denmark retains constitutional control over foreign policy. Denmark uses its diplomatic weight, embassies worldwide, and its position in UN and NATO to represent Greenland's geopolitical interests. Greenlanders are also full Danish citizens, meaning they hold Danish EU passports and enjoy complete rights to live, work, study, and access healthcare anywhere in Denmark. Yeah, so for people that don't know, education, you get paid to go to school in Denmark. Higher education, you get paid to go to university or technical school or, this kind of thing. And, and let me see here. And healthcare is also free as part of the tax system. Everybody gets access to that. Now, let me see. The path to independence under 2009, Greenland's self-government has the legal right to claim full independence if they want to. So that's the scenario. So let's hear what Trump got to say real quick. Now, he's
and it's surrounded by China. Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It was Greenland that, and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark.
Trump brought back up Greenland and the prospect that the U.S. is entitled to Greenland. He, interestingly, once again described Russian, Chinese jets, or boats rather, circulating Greenland. Interestingly, Becky, he hasn't brought up that issue on, his discussions with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping. And yet somehow when he goes to Europe, this is always the threat that's top of mind for him. So that's going to irk NATO allies. The fact that he is going back to those claims, but also I think, the lack of reliability, quite frankly, the lack of any planning or seeming schedule when it comes to some of these shifting troop commitments. But look, at the end of the day, Becky, if NATO allies can get through this summit without a big blowup, without, some unraveling of Article 5, they will consider it a relatively successful engagement. And you see Recep Tayyip Erdogan out there right now lavishing Trump with the
gifts. Everyone knows Trump is just there's nothing up there anymore. There's nothing in the brain. All you got to do is offer the guy gifts. All you have to do is flatter him. Just flatter him, and you get what you want. And Trump, like you said, Michael, he's just remembering. He didn't have a reason for mentioning Greenland. It just popped in his head because he has dementia. That's what he thinks when he goes to a NATO meeting, Greenland. It just pops in his head. He has no plan. Trump doesn't have a plan about anything at this point, man. It is just, the plan is to feel good, go back out, walk out in front of the media, show, pretend like he's the commander in chief. And people know that around the world. Like, they play to that. So they just turn it on, greet him kindly, walk him around. Yeah, Your Excellency Trump. Yeah. And Trump just eats it up. That's all he wants now. He's not capable of knowing much of anything else, how anything works. So no one's going to treat him that way. If you flatter the man, you can get him to say yes to what you want, try to rush through some agreement on paper. You know what I mean? Some commitment on paper. And that's it. And the last thing he's going to remember is when someone brings it up again. Hey, you promised to do this and this with this person or with this leader, and we got this promissory note. Should we do something about it or not? And Trump is going to ask, he's going to think about the person and wonder, did the person treat me nice? Did the person give me a gift? Did the person flatter me? How did the person treat me? And if his mind can remember that they treated him well, he's going to fucking do it. He's going to try to do it. That's it.
Pomp and circumstance, the flattery in an effort to diffuse some of that potential tension.
With the Trump administration's military actions in Venezuela and Iran, it's easy to forget that not long ago, the president was threatening to annex another territory.
We need Greenland for national security. We want Greenland. We are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not.
Greenland. The world's largest island is governed as an autonomous territory within Denmark, a member of NATO. Trump's rhetoric cooled off as the war in Iran heated up. But now, with the potential end to that war, is Greenland back on the agenda? Joining me now is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and staff writer for The New Yorker, Ben Taub. He has a new article out, Inside the Ludicrous, Deadly Serious Plan to Take Over Greenland. Ben, welcome. Tell us, for those of us who didn't realize this, the idea of taking over Greenland, annexing Greenland, is not something that Donald Trump has really stopped wanting to do, is it?
No, that's correct. And in fact, during his first term, while it did surface briefly in the summer of 2019 in the form of a leak to the Wall Street Journal that he hoped to acquire Greenland, it seemed like it disappeared from public view and that it was not very sort of long-standing interest. But actually what happened during the second half of his term is that the National Security Council formed a committee that was entirely focused on acquiring Greenland and accelerating Greenlandic independence in ways that would bring about a greater reliance on the US. So the professionalized national security class has been working on this for 8 years, really, with interruptions and breaks, no doubt, and turnover. But this is a longstanding pursuit of his that just because it's not in the news has certainly not gone away.
And there was a feeling around Davos that the situation had been diffused. Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, had sort of brokered some kind of compromise. But that again, it's just put the thing on the back burner. Trump still wants Greenland.
That's absolutely right. The rhetoric in early January, right after the kidnapping of Maduro and the operation in Venezuela, was so intense and the signals were so ambiguous towards the Danish government and all European allies that Denmark and 7 other European countries actually deployed troops to Greenland. And the Danes were operating under standing orders to shoot at any invading forces. They carried with them live ammunition. They carried explosives to blow up the Greenlandic runways in case of an invasion. And they also had blood packs in case of casualties. There was never an expectation that they would ever be able to defend Greenland for long against a full-scale, invading U.S. force, nor was there particular clarity that the Americans would do something. It was merely, as someone involved in the planning put it to me, it was to raise the cost, to send a signal to the Americans that if you attempt this, you are going to have to shoot at European troops and kill European troops because we will fight back. But as you said,
Yeah, they gave them orders to shoot first, call command after. That's what the Danish prime minister gave the military heads. Yeah, to shoot first. Don't call and ask what to do. Shoot first upon any invasion of American troops. And I think that pretty much solved it, because you got to understand. They're not going to. You got to understand something. They're not going to just capitulate like that. There's going to have to be blood and lives lost. Like, for real. They're not joking about it. They're willing to go to war over this. And I don't know if maggots. Of course, maggots. A lot of the maggots, and especially the trolls, I don't think they the type that really maybe sign up for the military. Because the U.S., we don't go. It's not like the places we go, our soldiers come back necessarily saying it was easy. Iraq wasn't easy. Afghanistan wasn't easy. Do you know how many conflicts we've been involved in that weren't easy? No. And Denmark also, they're not planning on making it easy. You see what I mean? They definitely planning on defending it. And then on top of that, there were other troops, other NATO nations sent troops there, just to let Trump know that, no, this is going to go down. We're going to let you know what we're capable of doing. And some American troops are going to definitely be injured if they try to land on this island or attack this island. But Trump is delusional. There's nobody. Sure, the oligarchs, Elon Musk, want to do that. The U.S. military definitely don't want to attack Greenland, don't want to invade Greenland. And I think ultimately, between those two things, the Danish government being very serious about this and the U.S. military being serious too, they know that would be psychopathic. And don't sleep. They have some capabilities in the Arctic, and it's not just Denmark. There's some other countries, Norway, for example. There's other countries in Canada. Canada's the neighbor, and you have to understand, Canada didn't speak at all. They didn't say one word. But let me just pull up a map. You got to understand, there's no way that Canada was going to sit back there and just do nothing. This is really Canada is the largest neighbor, period, to Greenland. So, and they can see it. It's just very close. It's just right across this small little strait, right? So, talk about Straits of Hormuz, right? Let me pull this up on the screen so people can actually see it. There you have it, right? You see? So Canada is its closest neighbor. So all the military here, you see these this little strait here at the top. Let me see here. All the way at the top, there's Canadian troops to the left, right? All the way through the Baffin Bay, there's Canadian troops all in the Arctic. They have stations there, and they can see, they're very close. You can see at the top, very close to Greenland. But there's no way Canada is going to sit back and allow the United States to just walk in there. You see, they're the closest neighbors. Labrador Sea, you see that? That's Canada. You see, so the Canadians may not have said a whole lot, but that's also a link there, because they have capabilities to be able to warn, other, Danish troops about U.S. military movement. Look, the U.S. military will have to move. They did move troops around. They moved troops around, but it wasn't a secret. Everyone knew it. It was in the international news. They knew where the launch was going to come from if there was one. Right. But yeah, I guess the U.S. backed down. And but let's keep it going. Let's see.
Rutte did diffuse this. It's unclear exactly what he said to Trump. It may have been something that was kind of welcomed by the Trump administration too, just to give everyone a bit of an out when things were getting too hot.
And so what is the strategy of the Trump administration now to get Greenland?
Yeah, it's a bit of a refocusing and a strategic pause. Last year, we saw a lot of private influence operations by people who worked in Trump's first administration and are in Trump's orbit. Influence operations involving sort of goodwill, promises of money, promises of investment that never actually panned out, and things of that ilk. Now things are going in a more professionalized channel. The conversations since January have been through a proper channel between Denmark, the United States, and Greenland, where it seems like the US is doing and pursuing what it really could have done all along. The US has had with Denmark since 1951 a treaty under which it could expand its military presence pretty much however it saw fit. And until a year and a half ago, an expansion of a US military presence in Greenland would have been most welcome by the Danes and by the Greenlanders alike. Now, the talk of expanding the presence arouses great suspicion in both countries. And it's a real shame because there's been so much damage to the alliance that something that should have been a routine sort of bolstering of Arctic security for all parties involved.
Trump fucked it all up. I mean, look, this is the reality of it. If you wanted to take Greenland, then why didn't you just expand the base from the beginning instead of talk all that shit? That doesn't make sense. And again, Trump is a narcissist, which shows you there's something wrong with this group. There's something really, really wrong with this group and something really, really wrong with Trump, because if Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, whoever wanted the U.S. to take Greenland, if they could control Trump, they would have told him, no, these are our allies. Just expand the base. Don't tell them you want to take Greenland. Expand the base first. You have the right to do that. They already agreed to that. That's what exists on paper. But instead of doing what existed on paper already, which they were already fine with, they even told him you could expand. Instead, he went out there and threatened them first. Who the fuck does that? Who does that? So he just blew it. He just blew it pretty much. Yeah. And then on top of it, he waited another year, and the man is more senile than ever. I mean, Trump just played himself. He played himself. He's going to go down as the fool of, yeah, Alexander, Sikander, I see you, man. Sandika, I'm sorry. Sandika, yeah, I actually confused your name with Estonian. Yeah, Sandika, come hop on up, man. Let me send you the link, bro. Yeah, this is so funny. I'm tired of watching Trump blunder fucking Greenland. It's ridiculous. Let me put the link down there in the chat. Oh, here you go. Invite. There you go. I see you. Yeah, this is just ridiculous, man. I don't know what to say about this, but again, it's like Groundhog Day. But let me see. Is he going to say more about this?
Under the sort of NATO alliance and through this existing 80-year-old treaty is...
Sandika, you there?
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you hear this shit? Do you hear this? Trump brought this shit up again about taking Greenland, man?
Yeah.
This is retarded.
He just wakes up and says whatever is on his mind, and the whole dementia thing is probably likely.
Yeah.
It's like, I think everyone around him is like, it's past your bedtime, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed.
Yeah, he's just there, and he's like, and oh yeah, Greenland, just out of nowhere and shit. Like,
yeah, but he's confusing like his ex-wives, his press secretary, and other people, like in countries even. It's like people should be terrified that the leader of the free world is mixing up countries.
Yeah, because that's going to create a security risk, because when other countries see that your leader is not really in charge, then they start trying to pay off other people around him, right?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, because they know he's not in charge, someone else is. It's become painfully obvious now. So yeah. But what do you? Let me ask you this: How do you think his presence was? Did you watch anything about how he dealt with things at the NATO summit? I'm gonna pull some more of this up, but let's see.
Oh yeah, no, I actually haven't watched that.
You haven't?
I try to avoid it. It's like watching a fucking car crash at this point.
Yeah, true. It is. It's a kind of thing everyone has to go and just to hear and examine, observe, but it's almost a waste. It's almost a waste because obviously Trump's not going to be cooperative. you can learn things even if Trump isn't cooperative. You can still learn things by sitting there, examining, and just seeing what they want. Because of course they have people that are going to analyze every interaction, every statement, just the whole thing. And of course they're going to meet others and be able to communicate too, right? So it's obvious the U.S. is the lone duck there, right? They're all by themselves. No one else wants to deal with them, right? They're all sitting there waiting for Trump to basically leave, right? So they can all talk together.
Yeah, and also, Carney has been stepping up, the Prime Minister of Canada. He has been stepping up and finding new ways to finance NATO projects so that it doesn't rely on U.S. approval.
Right.
So we're finding ways to circumvent the U.S. inside of NATO.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true, man. I mean, the U.S. is not the only NATO country, and it's not the only economy, and we don't really spend. We spend, people have NATO confused because Trump acts like we're spending all of our money on NATO. It's like, no, everyone's contributing, and actually most of what we spend is our own military budget, right? Yeah.
And let me get into that for a moment, though. So what Americans fail to understand is a lot of the money spent by NATO countries is spent buying U.S. weapons and equipment.
Exactly. Exactly. We're making money off of NATO. Right.
Yeah. And in Ukraine, you've been sending like surplus stuff that was going to get sent to the junkyard anyways. And you get it tested. You also are able to sell it and get something in return for what was essentially junk anyways.
Right. Right.
Like missiles have a shelf life. You can't have missiles sitting around for like more than, I think it's 10 or 12 years.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why Russia gives theirs away. Their old ass missiles and shit. It's nothing else to do with them. Yeah.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's true. It has a life span, and it's not that long.
Shelf life.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true. All right. Well, let's see what else they cover here. Let me see. Let me read the damn, who is this? Sandakiru said Denmark had planted explosives at the runways in Nuuk. Yeah, is this another Sander in the chat?
Yeah, no, that was just another account, an old one. I joined with by mistake, but
okay. I just noticed that. I was like, damn, this is the same name. Okay. Yeah, they did. They planted that. It's true. I mean, they weren't joking around, man. I don't think. I think Americans, we get a lot of fantasy because a lot of our TV is like legacy media, Fox News, CNN. We get sold a lot of propaganda TV and we believe it. But, when it comes, the funny thing about war is people don't want, wars get started by some of the simplest things. And a lot of times it can be an insult. Just an insult,
And the problem with romanticizing violence is, people, I see people online almost fantasizing about someone breaking into their house so they can shoot them legally. And they don't realize that, you might have to live with that for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Taking someone's life, it isn't a joke. It isn't like a cool action movie.
Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't want it to happen, and but it is because we sold this idea that a gun solves our problems,
Oh yeah, like only a good guy with a gun can stop a bad guy with a gun, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And we don't think about anything else about the human beings, like what happens to human beings ourselves, Yeah, until and I've seen that before. I mean, I don't want to talk about it, but I've seen people change after they've basically, I've seen people. I would just say I've seen people that I pretty much know they have taken some lives and they don't seem the same after. You see what I mean? So you got to be okay. You better really pay attention and know what you're doing because you have to live with it. You got to live with it.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen people return from Afghanistan and they're not the person they used to be.
Yeah.
Put it like that.
Yeah, you want to make sure that there was no choice in what you did. Like, definitely, absolutely no choice because we're living creatures, man, and there's something else to us too. There's something else to life than just the physical form. You know,
Oh, yeah,
we have
yeah.
conscience. We have a conscience, you know, and we don't run from it so easy as a lot of people think, you know. But let's hear some more about this. Let's see what they're saying. I'm just curious.
Washington version of I'm Rubber and You're Glue.
Thanks for hopping up too, bro.
Joining us, MS Now contributor and co-founder of Punchbowl News, Jake Sherman, co-founder of the Lincoln Project and former GOP strategist Rick Wilson, and Hofstra University law professor James Sample. Jake, what's the deal with just declaring that Democrats cheat?
Well, let me actually just correct Mike Johnson here for a second, and I guess in turn correct you. The House has not passed the Save America Act. The Save America Act that President Trump wants is a bill that includes very strict restrictions on mail-in balloting. That is not passable on the House floor. The White House understands that, at least some in the White House do. The House Republican leadership understands that. And it's not going to end up in reconciliation in any way. I don't know about any way, shape, or form. It's not going to end up in reconciliation in the form Donald Trump wants it in. It's just, that is also a fact. Now, they've been saying for years that there's all this cheating without any evidence. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I don't know. They want to seem like anything they win is completely legit. Anything Democrats win is completely nonsense. I don't know how to parse that out or make any more sense of it than it is. But this is a centerpiece of their majority, and it's going to be something that defines the last couple of months of this Congress, this fight over voting restrictions and over the Save America Act.
It's so cynical, Jake. What are you expecting come November if Republicans do lose?
Well, I expect two different answers to that question. There's the practical answer, which, of course, they're going to say there's lots of irregularities, et cetera, et cetera. We need to look into them by the time I don't know, what the president's going to do about, troops to the ballot. I have no idea. I don't have a crystal ball. I do think they'll say there's irregularities. Many of these races are expected to be close, but some of them they're going to lose resoundingly. That's number one. Number two, I think perhaps as interesting is the political question, Katie, which is the president's going to say, if only you blew up the filibuster and did what I told you to do, then we would have had a more functional majority, and we probably would have won the House of Representatives or kept the House of Representatives. Of course, there's no evidence that would be true either, but the president has spent months hammering the House and Senate to pass this. They've not done so, and I think he's going to use that against them eventually.
What's happening in Michigan?
Well, in Michigan, you're seeing a combination of all three of the threads of what's going on in the Donald Trump strategy to seed the doubts about the election. In Michigan, they are going to have voting monitors, federal monitors at 3 locations. Those locations are essentially in Democratic-leaning jurisdictions. And there's not really a reason for it. There's not a substantive reason. There is a chilling effect. There is a narrative. It's all part of, there's sort of a 3-pronged strategy here, right? The Save America Act is prong 1, and the deliverable on that vote is the talking point. It's not going to pass. To Jake's point, they've passed different versions of it. They haven't passed this version of it.
And Mike Johnson, or is it's Johnson, right, Jake, that says that it's not necessarily the mail-in balloting stuff that they're passing. They're focused more on the core points of that bill, where it's just making people show proof of citizenship to get registered, right?
Well, that's what he's saying. He said a lot, and that's not a criticism of him. He's trying to keep up. This is a treadmill, Katie, in which he's trying to basically keep up with Donald Trump, who's running at 12 miles per hour. Trump has said he wants the Save America Act, which includes a whole host of things. The SAVE Act, a previous version, included voter ID and citizenship check. That has passed the House of Representatives. He is right on that. Now, there's another angle to this, which is the House Republican leadership has discussed a reconciliation idea of a $4 billion fund that would incentivize states to conduct voter ID checks and citizenship checks. I don't know that will go anywhere. And we wrote yesterday, and I think our midday edition, that even if they did so today, And by the way, they might be able to get this in reconciliation. I'm not sure. But if they did so today, it's unlikely that states would be able to have this in place ahead of the November election. And by the way, there have been Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, who have said we're not opposed to voter ID. In a more traditional presidency, that would lead to someone saying, okay, like, let's get a half loaf. That sounds pretty good to me. That's not what the president did here. That's not what the Republican leadership in either chamber did here. They didn't take advantage of that moment. I don't know why. I think they should have to get some sort of win, and here we are.
James?
Well, first, if President Trump is running 12 miles an hour, that's a 5-minute mile. So I'm pretty confident that he is not running a 5-minute mile. But Jake's point is absolutely correct. And the thing that cannot be stated, we've discussed this before, but it honestly cannot be stated often enough. Voter ID is popular. Voter ID polls at 80%. This bill is not voter ID. This bill is proof of citizenship at the time of registration.
Yeah.
This is crazy. It's crazy. Proof of citizenship. What? So that means birth certificate or passport. That's what that means. Pretty much. But look, Republicans can't even decide on what proof of citizenship is, right? Because here's the thing. So many people have birth certificates, don't have their original birth certificate. They might have a copy of it, right? And for so many people to all of a sudden have to go and get a new one. No, it's not even driver's license. No, somebody said, oh, your driver's license. No, you already have to have ID. You already have to have ID. That's not the question. They want proof of citizenship. Proof of citizenship is not your ID. They don't care which ID you have anymore. They actually want proof. They want something more than that. They want a birth certificate or a passport.
Right.
You know how many people don't have either? Like, no, it's not even driver's license. It's not even driver's license is just an ID. That's not what they're asking for.
Oh.
Listen to what the guy said. Listen closely. It's already fine ID. That's already been decided.
Well, first, if President Trump
let me
is
ask you a
running
question
12
though.
Okay.
You don't have any ID on like a federal level, do you? Like a national ID card that is the same for everyone?
No, because the United States doesn't want that. The United States has state ID. That's what the United States have. If you want to have a birth certificate, that's a state ID. If you want to have a driver's license, state ID. Any ID is state only in the United States of America. The only ID that's not state is a passport. That's the only one. Driver's license is only state. That's not a federal license. That's not a federal ID. So here's the issue. Already, I'm going to play this. Everyone already is required to have ID when they register. Everyone is already required to have that by law. All the states have already implemented that. That is already passed, even on a federal level. That's not what they're discussing. They want more now. Now they want an actual birth certificate or a passport. Listen to this.
Traditional presidency, that would lead to someone saying, okay, like, let's get a half loaf. That sounds pretty good to me. That's not what the president did here. That's not what the Republican leadership in either chamber did here. They didn't take advantage of that moment. I don't know why. I think they should have to get some sort of win, and here we are.
James?
Well, first, if President Trump is running 12 miles an hour, that's a 5-minute mile. So I'm pretty confident that he is not running a 5-minute mile. But Jake's point is absolutely correct. And the thing that cannot be stated, we've discussed this before, but it honestly cannot be stated often enough. Voter ID is popular. Voter ID polls at 80%. This bill is not voter ID.
That bill is not voter ID. They're not most of the states have already implemented voter ID. This is why it's not even a conversation. And that's the thing. Somebody wrote ignorant fool. In my state, there is an indication that shows that's okay. What state is your state? Name your state, because that's not the case across the United States of America. Right. So, yeah, too bad for you. Too bad. right? So let's hear. What state do you live in, Rick? What state is that? Let's check it right now. Rick says, ignorant fool. In my state, there is an indication that shows there's a Texas. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see here. Do all Texas state is that? Hold on. Wait a second. Are you talking about your driver's license, Rick? Because you haven't stated what kind of ID. I just want to make sure. No need to waste time. Are you talking about your driver's license, Rick?
The real ID does not state if you're a citizen.
No,
the
but
real ID is the new federal standard of ID. So I don't know what he's talking
let's
about.
Let's let Rick go ahead and what you talking about, Rick? Which ID you talking about? You talking about driver's license? Let's be specific so we don't waste everybody's time. But he doesn't know. You can see he doesn't know which one it is actually. So he's talking out the side of his neck. Let's pull it up. In any case, since he don't want to tell us, does Texas state ID or state driver's license mention your? This is how you know you're dealing with trolls, bro, from other countries. It's crazy. Your mention your citizenship, right? You know, it's a lot of other countries that do that, but I don't believe that's so popular. Now, listen, for everyone that wants to know. Rick decided to come here and call somebody a fool. Who's the fool now? It's Rick. No, not all Texas state ID or driver's license mention your citizenship status, but newer ones do if you are a U.S. citizen. The policy in Texas depends entirely on when the card is issued or renewed. Cards issued, renewed starting January 1st. So if you got a new one in January 1st, you have that. Under Texas state law passed in 2025, House Bill 298, all Texas driver's license and personal identification certificates issued, renew, or after January 1st must explicitly include an indication on the card showing the holder is a U.S. citizen. So, not all, but those are the new ones. And like I said, what state? Maybe some, not all. But here, let's see here. If you got your license recently, it will display the citizenship indication. Okay. Now, older cards issued before 2026. So if you went and got a card, let's just say you went and you paid for your ID, which you have to do in Texas, I'm presuming. Let's say you got your ID in 2025. Let's say you got your ID November the 2nd, 2025. Does it have your citizenship? Okay. Older cards issued before 2026. If your Texas ID or driver's license was issued before January 1st, 2026, it does not explicitly mention your citizenship status. Why the confusion? The real ID distinction. Many people assume that having a real ID in Texas cards with a gold star in the upper right corner means the card proves you are a citizen. It does not. While you must prove you are lawfully present in the United States to get a gold star real ID in Texas, lawful presence includes lawful permanent residence. Green card holders can also have that star. Foreign students and valid visas and refugees even also have that star. Therefore, an older Texas real ID only proves identity and legal status, not necessarily your citizenship. In 2026, so let me see. So, can you vote in Texas if you have an ID from 2025 and you are a citizen? Boom. Thank you for that question, Rick. Yes, absolutely. You can completely use your 2025 Texas ID to vote, assuming you are a registered voter. In fact, that an ID from 2025 does not have a U.S. citizenship label on it does not disqualify it at the polling place. Under Texas voter ID law, election officials are checking your ID to verify your identity and photograph, not to independently litigate your citizenship on the spot. Okay, so I mean, there's clearly no need to assume stuff. There's clearly no need to assume because there's all kind of details in this, and and that's why we're discussing it. That's why we ask questions. Now, and this is why we're listening to what they're saying, because they're talking about the legislation that they want pushed through. So now that they already, there's pretty much no question about IDs anymore, and not with registering, because states govern that anyway, right? And many states, most of the states already want you to want you to have ID anyway, so that's a big deal. But now they want to go a step further. Listen to this.
The thing that cannot be stated, we've discussed this before, but it honestly cannot be stated often enough. Voter ID is popular. Voter ID polls at 80%. This bill is not voter ID.
Right. So the bill we're discussing, that Mike Johnson is discussing, that Trump wants to get through, that's called the Save America Act, right now, as you heard him say, what did he just say?
The thing that cannot be stated, we've discussed this before, but it honestly cannot be stated often enough. Voter ID is popular. Voter ID polls at 80%. This bill is not voter ID.
Right. And now check this out. Now Rick is saying you need the new ID to vote. No, you don't need the new ID to vote. You don't need the new ID to vote. Here, look. Texas requires you present one of the 7 acceptable photo IDs at the ballot box. A standard unexpired Texas driver's license or Texas personal ID card issued by DPS is the number 1 item on the list. It does not matter what year it was printed, Rick, as long as it is valid. Here, this is what your own government says. Don't you live in Texas, man? This is your government website, bro. That's where this information is coming from. See? Right here where it says identification requirements for voting. You see that? It's all here. Let me put it in the chat so you can know. I don't understand. Is it that you're trying to send disinformation over my channel? Is that what you're trying to do? Because then, we don't do that here, man. We only go and look up the information from the government and see what the government says, even the state government. So here, Texas ID requirements for voting in full. There it is. So if anybody wants to know how to vote, you can go right to the Texas. What is this? This is the, let me see here. Is it up? This is the votetexas.gov site. Boom. That's exactly where you want to go. You don't want to listen to Rick because he's not he's anonymous and unidentified in the chat. So you know what I'm saying? He's not even trying to hop up and let us hear his voice. He could be a Russian, or he could be, someone else, hiding, his identity and wants you to believe he's an American just because he came in the chat and says so. Maybe you're not. I don't believe Rick. Who believes that Rick is an American citizen?
I don't.
Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe Rick is a citizen of the United States of America. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe he's a troll.
I think he might be a Mitch. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and put a 3 in the chat if you think he's a Mitch. I go for 2 and 3. How about that? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Rick is a U.S. citizen. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think he is, and put a 3 in the chat if you think he's a Mitch. All right. So I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I'm done with the B word. Go ahead.
Just so they understand, right? This SAVE Act is not a voter ID act, right? And the act of a voter ID is to issue a separate form of identification that allows you to vote and states that you are a citizen. The SAVE Act is just asking for ID at the poll. You're showing your ID or driver's license or passports, anything equivalent to you. It's showing ID, and then you can vote. It's not a voter ID, and this is why the Save America Act falls short of being a voter ID. And the reason why is by design, because it would still hurt red states. That is why.
Explain why. Come on now. I know it's difficult breaking it down painfully. The details. I like how you said it very clearly. Me, I get too frustrated to keep going over this shit again. But you're good at this, Michael. You actually, I hear you losing it a little though. He's like, it is not a. It's a little stressing, but you got patience, man. You must have taught in a fucking preschool or elementary school or something, bro. What's going on?
I actually did.
You did. I know. I recognize that tone. My elementary school teacher used that shit with me too. Like, I don't understand. So explain to people what's going on here again with the voting, bro.
The Save America.
You must have had Rick in your class and shit.
I had a bunch of little Ricks with ADD.
You know what I'm
saying? Who eventually became Mitches.
Damn. All right, man. All right. Yeah, but you were saying though. Yep.
The Save America Act is not a voter ID issuing. It is an act that now you have to present a form of identification in order to verify your identity to vote. Right? It is not a separate voter ID that says you are a citizen of the United States and that you can vote. It's not. It is literally just you showing ID at the poll and voting, right? And so
great, wonderful.
Because
I don't have a problem with that.
And the reason why is because they know that. Which again, it's hilarious because at the end of the day, when it comes to IDs, if you're talking about illegals can get IDs, right? They're not exempt from getting IDs. They can have a form of identification in any state that they're in, right?
It's the other checks that weed them out. It's the other checks because they do more checks than just here. You got an ID next, right?
There you go.
It's crazy, man.
Right?
They do multiple. They have some multi-pronged ways of checking. Yeah.
And again, we've discussed this before in the past. When you go to the DMV, anyone who has gone to the DMV in this chat understands that when you get your license or ID or renew it, that is also a checkpoint for you to register to vote. And the reason why is because you are providing several points of ID when you go to get a new ID. If your ID was expired, you use your old ID, you use your social security card, you use your birth certificate, and a utility bill. Each one of those items are a point system, and you need a certain amount of points in order to get your ID. Even me as a citizen, when I brought my birth certificate and I bought my expired ID, my ID was expired way too long for it to be considered a point. And I bought my birth certificate, and you know what they told me? Hey, you have to bring more forms of identification in order to get your ID. So I had to go back home.
Oh, so you had to bring more than your birth certificate.
Yeah,
you got to bring a bill. Like a utility bill or something, right? And some other shit. Yeah, go ahead.
A current utility bill, a social security card, your birth certificate, and a non-expired or not, because after about 2 months, if you go to renew your ID after 2 months, they no longer count that as a valid form of ID to renew your new ID. So I had to have another form of ID in order, like a work ID or something that stated my name, my date of birth, and then that was valid, that wasn't expired. And then I had to have a utility bill, social security card, your birth certificate, and obviously again. So those are the points that you need. It's a point system, so you need a certain amount of points in order for you to be able to qualify to even get your ID.
Right.
And since you're already at that location giving all these different forms of identification, they also have a checkbox to check if you want to verify or you want to verify to vote to be a registered voter. Right there, when you fill out your ID form to get your ID, when you put your name, first and last name, you put your address, okay? You put your height, you put your eye color, you know,
It's crazy, right?
All
It's a lot of
and then at
stuff.
the end, at the very bottom, you have a checkbox and it says, "Do you want to register to vote?" And you check yes.
Yeah, it's
And when
easier
you
that
do
way, right? It's easier to just do it at that point because you're already going for one reason, right? So that
there you
requires
go.
all of these pieces of information, right? So yeah,
Yes,
it's easier that way.
that's
Yeah.
why it's a key point for people to register to vote when they do go to the DMV and get their renewed license or whatever issued ID you're getting. That's why it's a main point of registration when you do go to the DMV. Right. And to second that, to further that, now when you go put your address and you bring your utility bill to prove it's your address, it's the reason why you bring a utility bill with your name so they can verify your actual address. And the reason why they have to verify your address is because that's going to dictate your polling site.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
You can't go vote in another borough or upstate New York. If you're from New York City, you have to vote at the dedicated polling site registered to your address, right? Whatever address for whatever your zip
Man,
code
they
and address
just
falls under, you go to that polling
sometimes
site.
I wonder, like some of these trolls, they don't actually understand how the voting works already because they
only started voting when Trump was in office.
Yeah, they just started voting, and they don't actually really know the voting system, But let me ask you something, because that's similar to what I have to do. Like I get something in my own mailbox. The note comes in my mailbox to where the exact voting station I have to go in over here in Copenhagen, right? And if you don't get this letter, you can go without the letter, but they're going to ask you for that letter when you show up. And that letter is sent to your address, to a specific person's mailbox. And that specific person's mailbox, right, is registered to it's a name. They have your social security number attached to that address too, right? I'm talking about local voting because I can't vote in the parliamentary elections, but I vote in the Copenhagen ones, right? Which would be like the state or city election, right? But let's go on to the next part. Again, what they're talking about here, all this hoopla on TV with MAGA Mike Johnson and the Save America Act, because of the name, they just named it the same damn thing. They're not actually talking about that. That has already gone through. That's what, but most states had already updated their shit individually before the federal law. And you see what I mean? So it's been really, like this guy said, it's for promotion. It's not for practicality. They're not doing these bills for out of practicality that because states don't have a hand on voting. They're doing it to send out a message, and the message that they're trying to send is that there's some illegal voting going on that's not even going on, right? But this bill is the same thing. They're trying to send a new message. So now that everybody has ID, right, and now that it's stricter than it ever is statewide, period, right? Now they want to take it one step further, and they want proof of citizenship. But none of the ID, very few of the states have that. And even if you went last year, like Texas, if you got your ID in Texas, how much did you have to pay for your ID last year? How much did a Texas, for example, state ID cost in 2025? Let's see here. Just to give people an idea, this would be illegal anyway. Look, it costs $16. No, yeah, under age under 60, $16. Age 60 and older, so it costs a little less if you're a senior. So here's the thing: if you got your ID last year, right, then all of a sudden you would be required to get a new ID this year. So you spend another, and it's not like that across states. Look at this. Give me the list across all states. In some states, it's way more expensive. So you can't ask someone that got an ID last year to all of a sudden get a new ID that says you're a citizen on it just to be able to vote this year. It doesn't make any sense, right? So California, $10, Ohio, $10, North Carolina, $14. Let me see here. Hawaii, $20. Kentucky, $20. Missouri, $21. South Dakota, $21. Delaware, $24. New York, $24. Florida, $25. Iowa, $25. Michigan, $25. Nebraska, $25. New Mexico, $25. North Dakota, $25. Tennessee, $25. Kansas, $26. Oklahoma, $27. DC, $27. Arizona, $28. Maine, $30. New Jersey, $30. Utah, $30. Alabama, $31. What the fuck? Alabama people not rich, bro. Why is it so expensive? Georgia, $32. Are people rich in Georgia? Maryland, $32. Mississippi, $33. Nevada, $33. West Virginia, $34. They don't want people voting, bro. Louisiana, $34. Minnesota, $34.5. Minnesota's $30 Arkansas, $40. $40 for a fucking ID. Wyoming, $40. Oregon, $40. Alaska, $43. Pennsylvania, $43. Montana, $45. Idaho, $45. Connecticut, $45. Rhode Island, $45. Massachusetts, $50. New Hampshire, $50. Vermont, $50. It's like, damn. You know, so all
One
of these.
question though.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to? Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Wouldn't this be hurting Trump's constituents more than anyone else?
Yeah. Yes. Because they get paid lower, right? And it's like, come on, their states are expensive, bro. Like I said, Mississippi. Why is that shit $30 something in Mississippi, man? Why is that? They act like people in Mississippi getting loads of money and shit. It's $33 in Mississippi, bro. West Virginia, that's Appalachia, $34.
Well, they have studies that show that
Wyoming, $40. Oregon, $40
is going to hurt red states.
Yeah, Montana, $45. It's like, bro, they just like these people. I don't know what these trolls are doing. Who are they trying to hurt? Like, who are they? Because a lot of them act like they're trying to support Trump. It's like, man, you don't know the actual data on the United States of America. You need to compile some data so you can understand how this may not be targeting the group that you think, you know. And this is what's sinister about it. I think overall their game plan is this. They know it doesn't look good even for red states. They know some red states people are going to get hurt, but I think they're so desperate that they're just going for the old theory. And the old theory is the least amount of people that come out to vote is going to guarantee a Republican win. That's usually how it works. So they're just going to try to slow it all down and hope that it falls on the side, which is why everybody else has to talk up elections. Everybody else has to give accurate information about the election. Like, don't be spreading false information. You see how we did, was it Richard that was in the chat lying, right? The Mitch named Rich. He was in the chat lying about, he doesn't even know it, spreading false information. We have to spread real information. Listen, this is where you go, vote.gov, and you can find out from there any state you want. You press right here, the territory you want to go to, boom, this shows up. Then you go and you choose your state right down here. You choose whatever state you want, and it will give you the exact information you need. Now, the thing about it is that what you also need to know is that your vote does count. The more people that vote, you see, these rich people, these wealthy people, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Donald J. Trump, MAGA Mike Johnson, all of these folks, right? They all sit back and watch voter registration. They collect the data. If everybody comes out and registers to vote, they get scared. If you want to make them scarier than ever, start off with registering to vote. Make sure more people register than ever. They will start shaking in their goddamn boots because they will know that high registration means people are fucking pissed. They're going to be scared and then go vote. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you want to control your representatives, if you want to send Trump a message that this bullshit got to stop, start off with registering to vote. it's going to send a signal to them, and it's going to make them sweat. Do you want to make them sweat at night? The election is the elections are ongoing, and then the final ones will be in November. But don't you want to make them turn over in their sleep? Don't you want to make them have nightmares until November? You want to know how you make them have nightmares? You want to know how you make it so Elon Musk doesn't go to sleep at night? By doing this, registering to vote. That's how you're going to do it.
Yep.
He won't be able to sleep. He's going to be sweating. Boy. You want to see him use more ketamine than ever? Do this. This motherfucker's going to fall. He might overdose. You know what I'm saying?
Which
we should
I
be
don't
so
know
lucky.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if we covered this, but Mike Johnson is on record saying more recently that, with obviously Dems potentially, winning the midterms, that if they do get the majority in the House and Senate, that obviously they're gonna be prosecuted, right? Everyone's gonna be prosecuted. Investigations are all gonna be opened up, right? So that's really what they're trying to avoid, right? That's really the idea behind voter ID.
Jail time.
To be honest with you, Americans have, I think one of the largest polls show that 75% of Americans don't disagree with a free voter ID. Right?
Oh yeah,
there
exactly.
Should be no problem.
Yeah, we all
issuing
agree
a
with free voter ID. Let's get it going. Yep. Mhm.
Right. I think obviously it's an extra step that's a bit unnecessary, but if it ensures and makes everyone across the aisle feel like now voting is safer, even though it's been safe, right? Then fine. I have no problem with it. As long as it's free, as long as it's not coming out of anyone's pocket, because it is unconstitutional to have a poll tax, and the form of a poll tax is providing ID, which is why a lot of states don't act for ID, because it is a poll tax.
And you're not supposed
right?
to make people get a new ID just to be able to vote this year just because it's your political view. Come on. That's a poll tax. That's a poll tax.
Yes.
All right, hold on.
If they really wanted to be, they would just issue free voter ID.
Right.
But it's really meant to suppress votes.
Look.
Right? It's not meant to it's disguised under the safety of, hey, real citizens get to vote. No, that's not the case. The case is to slow down these elections, get less people able to vote, and historically, Republicans vote more in person, not overall, but they vote more in person, which is why this, in conjunction with the failed attempt to stop mail-in ballots, was the plan, right? If I implement a voter tax in the form of forcing IDs with the lack of mail-in ballots, that's going to give the Republicans an advantage, because Republicans historically, by numbers, vote more in person than Democrats, right? A lot of Democrats tend to vote earlier, and the earlier they vote is by mail. So that's essentially why Democrats, why they want to stop mail-in ballot, and also issuing ID, right, and a need for ID without issuing a free voter ID exclusive to voting. Forget your driver's license, forget your passport, forget all that. If you're a citizen and you're a registered citizen, they should be sending you an actual ID that says you can vote because you are a citizen, and they refuse to put that in the bill because it's by design.
That's
and
crazy,
that's
right?
What people don't understand.
Yeah,
if they wanted it, they could be able to do it. We spend $1 billion a day fighting the war in Iran.
Yep.
It would cost a fraction.
They said 40 billion to
percentage of that.
Yeah, they said 40 billion to Argentina.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they already know. Every other country is figured out in the West. It's figured out how to vote. It's just like again another pull an immigrant out of the hat trick. This is the same thing. Pull a voter. Only citizens can vote. Yeah, we know. It says it. We've been doing that for years, motherfucker. What are you talking about? It's like we got to make sure everybody's a citizen. Oh, so you mean to tell me every other election in the history of the country was phony? Like, what you gonna do now that hasn't already been done? Like, it's ridiculous. It's only for stupid people, because saying it means you don't know how they even check in the first place. If you knew how they check, which we just went over, you wouldn't say it because it sounds so ridiculous. You see what I mean? But in any case, now, again, the bill that they're talking about, the Save America Act that they're talking about right now, It's not about ID. So stop talking about ID. It's not even about ID. Okay? They don't want your ID. They want you to have a birth certificate or a passport. Okay? That's different. It's not an ID. A birth certificate, you think a birth certificate is ID? Nope. It's, a passport is an ID, but that's an ID that proves you're a citizen. Most Americans don't have that. So when you promote that, you're basically saying you don't want American citizens voting. I have a passport. When I vote in U.S. elections, the ID that they ask me for, I have to scan my passport. So that shows I'm a citizen right there. My birth certificate is at the embassy. You see what I mean? What do you call it? A digital copy of my birth certificate. One that is notarized by the embassy itself. You see what I'm saying? So, I don't, I think the people that talking to Rick, I don't think you know how voting works in the U.S., man. You're fooling yourself. You're just fooling yourself. But in any case, let's move on, because this is not the only dynamic. Let's get to the bloody stuff now. Okay, we had some typical troll activity here. You know what I mean? They like to get caught up on, we got to make sure everybody. Well, how did they do it in every other country? You mean every other country is phony? Because nobody's going to the goddamn polls with a fucking passport in any other country. What are you saying? They all fake elections too? Come on, man. Here we go. Let's continue.
Although I'm going to be honest, like here in Norway, I actually do go with my passport.
You go with your passport?
IDs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's one of the two kinds of valid IDs right now.
Okay.
Driver's licenses and passport.
Okay, you can have your driver's license in Norway, right? You can, but in Norway, does your driver's license, does it say you're a citizen?
I think it counts as national ID, but of course, we don't really have the issue with federal versus state levels.
Right. Okay, but does it say you're a citizen?
I'm not sure if it says that you're a citizen, but that will be registered in their system when you go in there.
Yeah.
They check a list, and you'll be on the list if you're a
Thank
citizen.
you very much. There you go. Because I have my national ID too. I have my Danish national ID, even though I'm not a Danish citizen. Everybody has that, right? But in it has my number on it. And that anybody that's a police officer or works for the state can look up that number. If they need to know if you're a citizen, they know exactly what number to use to go into the system and find out if you're a citizen or not. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, the United States, they have many ways of knowing if you're a citizen or not. Many ways. It's not just showing up with your ID and having it say, I'm a U.S. citizen. It's not that simple, but they do have ways to do it, And I just wonder, people make me wonder. Just these kind of questions just make me think a person doesn't actually vote themselves when I hear the questions. Yeah. But in any case, now let's move on. There's more happening with Trump, Todd Blanche. We were talking about that earlier. Some information is going to be released about Trump. You remember all that stuff that happened with Mar-a-Lago, top secret documents. What's the attorney's name that prosecuted Trump in the Mar-a-Lago case? Well, the Justice Department screwed up, and because of that, more information about Trump is going to be released, and it has something to do with, I believe, is it related to? No. You know what it's related to? The Russian P tape. Peep this.
It's hard to fathom that as a legitimate commentator, I have to say the PP tapes are back in the news again. Yes, Donald Trump's infamous alleged golden shower videos, whether he did or did not in 2013 when he attended the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow, watched two sex workers urinate on themselves. Yeah, it's back because the Department of Justice, controlled by Donald Trump, has made it an issue again, because apparently to try to settle some sort of defamation case brought by a Georgian American business person who didn't like the fact that he was identified as a Russian business person in the Mueller report back in 2019. They've had to go into the Mueller report about the PP tapes, Oh, yeah, and make an edit. But it's not what you think. It's not to edit out the allegation that Donald Trump watched this perverse act. It is to change the nationality of the...
Oh, okay. So it's not the PP tape of him getting peed on by prostitutes. It's or some bed being peed, something like that. So it's not that. It's not those records. It's something else. Damn.
This person...
He actually watched. So they got a videotape or something of Trump, or they have evidence that Trump was watching a videotape of prostitutes peeing on each other. What? Let me bring that back.
Had the text message exchange and conversations with Michael Cohen. Remember him? Who can forget? As a Russian business person in the Mueller report back in 2019, they've had to go into the Mueller report about the PP tapes. Oh, yeah, and make an edit. But it's not what you think. It's not to edit out the allegation that Donald Trump watched this perverse act. It is to change the nationality of the business person who had the text message exchange and conversations with Michael Cohen. Remember him? Who can forget? The former and apparently current fixer for Donald Trump, who at the time...
Yeah, PP Gate.
Was in coordination and communication with this Georgian American businessman, and as a result,
so these are Russian. This is Russian stuff here, okay? And they want to change the nationality so you don't know. So they would be able to figure that out because it's Georgian, and then they would know that Russia has their hooks in some Georgian stuff, right?
What happened? According to the Georgian Kazaki businessman in the footnote to the Mueller report.
Right, exactly. Georgia's a Russian puppet state, essentially. Yeah, it just like Hungary. No, what was it? Is it Hungary? Yeah, it was Hungary. Just like Hungary had their election and got rid of what's the guy? Viktor Orban, right? He was a puppet for Putin also. Yeah, exactly. And there's a couple.
Absolutely fucking crazy that the U.S. would be so involved in that election.
Yep. I mean, but it kind of shows you, on one hand, it seems like Trump can't get his hands out of Netanyahu's business, and he also can't get his hands out of Putin's business. It just keeps resurfacing, keep coming up, and it shows you they're trying to dodge it and hide it, and he's making all kind of weird choices about it, and now he's back, with NATO again. Who is that helping? Now it's Putin again. It's like, it just won't go away. The Russian things won't go away. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
So so they say that about 2% of the Epstein files have been released, right?
Yeah.
What if this all ties into Epstein somehow,
I believe it does. I believe it. Come on, because Epstein was operating for 3 decades.
We'll find out. We'll slowly find out with Todd Brandt being questioned by Congress, right? And he just subpoenaed to stop them from being able to ask him about emails or releasing emails that involved keywords such as Trump, Epstein, or Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, exactly, man. They are busy. Trump's name is involved in all kinds of shit. I mean, that's one thing. But they're just right now. It's coming from all sides. Like so many things are coming out, even more than before. Now, it's crazy. Todd Blanche. I don't even know if Todd Blanche is going to make it. He might be fired too, bro. He might be fired too. Because that's the only thing Trump can do is get rid of him, to shut him up, find a new one that knows nothing. Can't. If you know nothing and you're just coming on, what can you say, right?
Yeah. Now, what I've heard is that Trump is mentioned more in the Epstein files than Jesus is in the Bible. So
facts. He's mentioned more than Jesus and Egypt put together in the Bible. I mean, this motherfucker's like on all sides of the coin and shit. Trump has mentioned more in the Epstein files than Rome, Jesus, Moses, Egypt.
That is fucking
Palestine. What else? The Red Sea. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. Trump is the Epstein files. I mean, it's bizarre, man.
He made sure the tapes disappeared. whether the tapes existed, whether they were what we refer to in the business as compromising material held by the Russians, that's for another day. But the fact that this Department of Justice, that is run and owned and controlled and bought and paid for by Donald Trump, thought it was good timing to revise one paragraph of 448 pages about Russia collusion, or allegations of Russia collusion and Donald Trump's campaign. And the only thing they changed, the only thing they want the American people to get right, is not whether the PP tapes exist, but whether the guy that said that he made the PP tapes disappear is from one country or another. I'm not making this up, folks. You're on Midas Touch. I'm Michael Popok. I don't make things up. I just report them the way I see them. All right. Take a minute, by the way. Go over and hit the free subscribe button on Legal AF
shit.
YouTube.
By the way, yeah, if you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button, please. I appreciate that. It's going to help more people like you. If you're here and you have interest in being here and you've been here for more than 10 minutes, do me a favor. Click the like button. It's going to help more people like you find out the channel and get to learn what you're interested in too. So, and if you haven't subscribed, it's for free. It's for free. So, let's go.
Late Robert Mueller, who was then the
I
special
also
counsel
did leave
appointed.
a link to a Yahoo article about Todd Blanche and this current questioning that he's going to have by the Senate.
Yeah, solid. Okay. We're going to do that too.
I
All
left
right.
it in the chat.
Yeah, I got it open. It's ready now. Perfect. Appreciate that. Let's
Donald
go.
Trump's
Let's go.
own Attorney General Robert Barr, or Bill Barr, created, after years of investigation, a 448-page report about whether Donald Trump colluded with the Russians. There was a lot of other things in there, and people got prosecuted under it. But one of the main ones was whether there was active, direct collusion, conspiracy, coordination between Trump, the Trump campaign, and the Russians to get Trump elected. That's another issue as to whether there's a whole nother issue as to whether Donald Trump benefited, whether he.
Yo, shout out to David Blackburn. I appreciate you, Jen. Yeah, appreciate you too. Also, who else? Blue Feather. I see you. Yo, voting the primaries, ethics over faith. Yep, I see you there also. And who else? Smooth. Yeah, I said Smooth, right? Gen C. Exactly. All right, let's keep it going.
Coordinated with it or not, from Russia interference, like Russia, North Korea, Iran, China, trying to get Donald Trump elected by compromising Facebook, TikTok, other social media, to try to create false campaigns using early rudimentary AI to get, and otherwise, to get Trump elected. That's another story. The intelligence community, including up to the Senate, believes that happened, that there has been active interference in our elections. This was about whether Trump.
Okay, up to the Senate, all the way up to the intelligence community agrees there's been active interference in our elections. Okay.
Actively participated in the active interference. So 448 pages come out. Now, this is the part that, this is the footnote that I'm talking about in this particular hot take. It is, for those that are playing the Protect Democracy home game, it is footnote 112 in section 2B, Roman numeral 2B of volume 2 of the Mueller report. And here's what it originally said. And then I'm going to tell you the change that was made. Again, this is about allegations through the Steele dossier, which may or may not have been discredited, Michael Steele dossier, in which they allege that the Russians had tapes, videotapes of Donald Trump doing perverted things, and they were using it to compromise him, to extort him, which is not a great place to be if you're the president of the United States. Here's the footnote, just so we know what we're talking about here. Here's what it says. Talking about James Comey, the then FBI director. Comey's briefing included the Steele reporting's unverified allegation that the Russians had compromising tapes of the president involving conduct when he was a private citizen during a 2013 trip to Moscow for the Miss Universe pageant. We know Trump was there. He owned the Miss Universe pageant. There's plenty of photos of them. We'll put them up. During the 2016 presidential campaign, a similar claim may have reached candidate Trump. On October 30th, 2016, Michael Cohen received a text from Russian businessman Georgy Richahadze that said, quote, stopped flow of tapes from Russia, but not sure if there's anything else, just so you know. Richahadze said tapes in his interview with Robert Mueller's People referred to compromising tapes of Trump rumored to be held by persons associated with the Russian real estate conglomerate Crocus Group, which had helped host the 2013 Miss Universe pageant in Russia. Cohen said he spoke to Trump about the issue after receiving the text from Richahadze. Richahadze said he was told the tapes were fake, but he did not communicate that to Cohen.
Yo, Alex, Sandica says, listen, we've all done things we're not proud of in private. Yeah, but not that. What the hell?
In fact, Michael Cohen was asked about the tapes when Jamie Raskin, then on the House Oversight Committee, asked him a series of questions about whether he knew about the compromise. Now, interestingly enough, Michael Cohen's position has been, they don't exist because I looked for them and I didn't find them. Think about that for a minute. Not they don't exist because I know Donald Trump and I know he didn't participate in watching sex workers urinate on themselves. Oh, no. It's they don't exist because I looked. Well, why are you looking if you don't think they exist? Like if somebody said, hey, Popok, there's tapes out there of you watching sex workers urinate, I would be able to definitively say those do not exist.
Yeah, he's compromised at this point. They got to his ass. Now, let me see here. DOJ tries to hide Blanche's communications from Epstein files lawsuit. So this is another situation, right? The Justice Department is trying to save Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche from a lawsuit seeking the release of his correspondence regarding the sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein ahead of his Senate confirmation hearing. Okay, so you see Todd Blanche is all over the place. And he's trying to block anything right now, apparently. But let's read on. The lawsuit filed June by the government watchdog America Oversight requested all email communications sent or received by Todd Blanche and containing both a key term from column A and a key term from column B, and all text messages and messages on messaging platforms sent or received by Todd Blanche and containing the term Epstein. Damn. So they want all communications that Todd Blanche sent out or received to have the word Epstein in it. Column A contains Epstein and Maxwell, while column B contains Trump, DJT, POTUS, or Doe 174. Damn, Doe 174. That sounds highly criminal. Or Tallahassee, and 9 other terms. Okay, so they're not saying all the terms. The lawsuit also argued that Blanche's upcoming Senate confirmation hearings creates an urgency to inform the public about Mr. Blanche's work in his official capacity surrounding the government's treatment of the Smith report, and that Mr. Blanche's work historically regarding the Epstein files raises significant questions about the government's integrity that affects public confidence. American Oversight requested the records by July 14th. Damn. That's just 6 days from now. Okay. That's 1 week, under 1 week, 6 days from now. Damn. Okay. The Senate Judiciary Committee has scheduled Blanche's confirmation hearing for the 15th or 16th. All right. The Justice Department argued against these requests. Obviously, they would. In a 38-page memo filed Monday that alleges that American Oversight FOIA requests would disrupt the processing of the request awaiting agency attention, and that granting this one would wreak havoc on agencies and the court. What the wreak havoc is just fucking information. What the hell? What the fuck? The FOIA was intended. Damn, the FOIA was intended to be available to all members of the public. Not just those who are professional FOIA requesters or who have the resources to file a complaint in a district court and move But guess what? The president already signed or released the Epstein thing, right? So how would they look not releasing it? How would they look not sharing it? Especially, they can't claim that it's supposed to be top secret because they're supposed to be releasing it, right? So this is interesting because even though they've stalled it, now the Senate has come together to give him one more reason to release certain things, not even all, but just things they need for his confirmation. So he has to sit back now and say, do I want to be confirmed? How can I refuse to release it and be confirmed at the same time? Is that the gist of it, Michael? Oh, you're not there? Maybe he's there. Oh, okay. Maybe he timed out or something. Okay, but that's pretty interesting. All right, let me see here. Let me read on. The FOI was intended to be blah, 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 blah. Okay, for AO to jump ahead of the other requesters who filed their FOIA request earlier. Let me see. Did I miss this? Resources to file a complaint to the district court and move for the preliminary injunctive relief. It is unfair for AO to jump ahead of other requesters who filed for the FOIA request earlier and who are waiting patiently in line for their requests to be processed. The DOJ argued granting relief would create a perverse incentive and send the messages that requesters who prefer deadlines aligned with high-profile governmental proceedings can circumvent statutory procedures to leapfrog over other. Okay, so now they just, okay, this is interesting. The response comes as over 1,200 former DOJ employees signed a letter on Tuesday urging Congress to reject Blanche's nomination. Goddamn. 1,200 former DOJ. Damn. The Department of Justice has yet to release or unredact all of the entire Epstein files, as has been dodged by Blanche's own controversies over his handling of the Epstein over the files. Given his meeting with Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell and his past work as President Trump's personal lawyer, former Attorney General Pam Bondi has said Blanche is wholly responsible for the missteps with the files. Damn, she threw him under the bus, even under her tenure. Damn, that's crazy. So she left saying, man, I'm going to put it all in his, all on him. The new strange, albeit flimsy argument from the DOJ will only rightly increase scrutiny as his hearing approaches. All right, so let me ask the chat one question. Do you think this is Pam Bondi's fault, or do you think this is Todd Blanche's fault, or do you think it's both of their fault? Okay, or how about this? None of the above. So put a 0 in the chat if you think it's none of the above, even though Pam Bondi blames Todd Blanche. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's Todd Blanche. 0 if you think it's none of the above. 1 in the chat if you think it's Todd Blanche. 2 in the chat if you think it's Pam Bondi. And 3 in the chat if you think it's Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche's fault. Okay, I'm just curious what people see. I always do this because I want to see how many trolls are in the chat. Because, the trolls be always doing the shit that is most in the script. You know what I'm saying? So I let them know 0, nobody's fault. Nothing. None of the above. Let's see who puts a 0 in there. I think it's both of their faults too, man. They both some conspirators, actually. But it's worth noting that Pam Bondi threw Todd Blanche's ass under the bus. So that's one side of Todd Blanche. What's going on with him? And then they have this side.
Because I never participated in that event.
While he's holding this shit back, he's trying to figure out a way to cover up the PP tapes. I mean, if the PP tapes aren't real, if there's no communications about them, what's the problem? That's the obvious goddamn question. If there's nothing there, then why are you not going to open up the conversations, if any? If there's any, right? There shouldn't be any anyway if there's no there, right? How's this dude going to get out of this? There's almost no way to get out of it. There's almost no way. Yeah. Even Pam Bondi was like, huh? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. It's not going to work, man. I think this shows you how in a government that is well defined, You can try to do a soft coup, but there's so many checks and balances already in place all over. There's so many rat traps all over the place in a government this size. It's, you can do a lot, but doing a lot doesn't mean you get to do it all and get away with it. There's some point where the rat traps, you get closed in by all the rat traps, I think. And it looks like that for Todd Blanche. Like, there's not a move for him to make. He might get fired, or he's definitely, if he gets approved, it just kind of shows you, damn, we have no Senate. If he gets approved, if he doesn't give up these documents, that's already clear. We have no Senate. But why would they even approve him at this point? Why would they? Is it because, why do you think they would approve him? Is there any reason why they would? I'm not understanding the play here. But in any case, let's hear some more.
Okay? Not, well, I don't think they exist because I looked for them and they're not there. It's crazy the things they say out loud that they think help Trump, but they don't. Here's Michael Cohen in response to Representative Raskin. Play the clip.
David Pecker was very angry because there was also other monies that David had expended on his behalf. Unfortunately, David never got paid back for that either.
So David Pecker had done this in other cases of other mistresses or women?
Other circumstances, yes.
Okay.
Not all of them had to do with women.
Are you aware of anything that the president has done at home or abroad that may have subjected him to or may subject him to extortion or blackmail?
I am not, no.
Okay. Are you aware of any videotapes that may be the subject of extortion or blackmail?
I've heard about these tapes for a long time. I've had many people contact me over the years. I have no reason to believe that tape.
Look, the magnesium, it's something most of us lack. And if you're taking that drugstore variant, you're...
All right, here we go.
Experience the use the code legal. Code legal.
All right, damn, come on.
How many times the only thing that Donald Trump was really interested in when he met with him about the Steele dossier was the sex acts that were listed there and trying to get to the bottom of them. That seemed to be the only thing on Trump's mind. Play the clip.
Comey then asked to meet alone with Trump to warn him about that now infamous Steele dossier, unverified information on Trump's ties to Russia, including allegations of Trump's encounters with prostitutes in Moscow.
Well, I'm about to meet with a person who doesn't know me. He's just been elected president of the United States by all accounts, and from my watching him during the campaign, could be volatile. And I'm about to talk to him about allegations that he was involved with prostitutes in Moscow and that the Russians taped it and have leverage over him.
Was there any choice
to talk to him about allegations that he was involved with prostitutes? About to talk to him about allegations that he was involved with prostitutes. I'm about to talk to him about allegations that he was involved with prostitutes in Moscow and that the during the campaign could be volatile. And I'm about to talk to him about allegations that he was involved with prostitutes. I'm about to talk to him about allegations that he was involved with prostitutes in Moscow. About allegations that he was involved with prostitutes in Moscow and that the Russians taped it and have leverage over him.
Was there any choice there? Why, if this was salacious and this particular part of the dossier unverified, still unverified, by the way?
Yes. So far as when I got fired, it was unverified.
Did you tell him that the Steele dossier had been financed by his political opponents?
No, I didn't even think I used the term Steele dossier. I just talked about additional material.
But did he have a right to know that?
That had been financed by his political opponents? I don't know the answer to that. It wasn't necessary for my goal, which was to alert him that we had this information.
How graphic did you get?
I think as graphic as I needed to be. I started to tell him about the allegation was that he had been involved with prostitutes in a hotel in Moscow in 2013 during a visit for the Miss Universe pageant, and that the Russians had filmed the episode, and he interrupted very defensively and started talking about it. Do I look like a guy who needs hookers? And I assumed he was asking that rhetorically.
What? So in other words, he reacted like a guilty person would, and he said exactly what a person who's being defensive would say about it. Do I look like the kind of guy that would be involved with prostitutes? Your man was.
Yes.
I mean, what's going on here? Who's Jeffrey Epstein? He was your friend for 15 years. Like, what the fuck? This is crazy, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm sorry, but Donald Trump has made the American people look stupid. And all I can say is the only saving grace I have is that I did not vote for the man, so I ain't stupid. You know what I'm saying? But the people who voted for him, this dude makes you look stupid because guess what? You just got to wonder. You just have to wonder. Now, you want to say something, Sandika?
Oh yeah, just a quick question.
Go ahead.
Just wondering, what made you move to Denmark originally?
What made me move to Denmark?
Yeah.
You mean move permanently, or you mean come to Denmark?
Yeah.
Or what?
Like what
Initially
made you start
come.
going there? Or maybe.
Yeah. I have an actual friend that a friend of mine. We were traveling around, and we went to Italy. Right, we were in Italy for some time, like maybe 3 months in Italy and Florence, and going around because I was doing some music. Right, this was back in the 90s, and my homeboy is a photographer, so he actually rolled with me. Right, and he met actually a Danish woman there, and they moved she came to the U.S. actually, and she lived in the U.S. for a while, and then they went back to Denmark. Right, together, and then later I just actually came. They had they knew somebody that was doing some things here in Denmark, and they said, oh, by the way, my buddy said, by the way, I know a guy, you might want to meet him. He's an American, blah blah blah. And then I came over here. It's a person that got a reclaimer bureau. You know what I mean? Okay. Reclaimer bureau, yeah. Marketing agency, commercial advertisement. Right. And the person did advertisements for different companies like the New Yorker. You know that clothing store, the New Yorker?
I think I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still around, so I did like a commercial for that for New Yorker, wrote a commercial with another guy and it's an audio commercial for radio, and then did some other things for clothing companies. And promotional stuff, material for clothing companies, man. So he did a lot of different projects. So that's how I came here first. Yeah, cool. That's kind of cool, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, like once upon a time in my life, I wanted to move to the U.S. That kind of changed in the last decade or two.
Well, yeah, me too. I wouldn't even visit the U.S. right now. I wouldn't advise anybody to visit the U.S. right now. It's fucked up, and the U.S. is not functioning right now. It's not functioning. If you live there, great. Visiting, I wouldn't say go there and visit because you're liable to run into a hassle that you will regret. You know what I mean? Because things are not operating too well. That's the best I could say. I mean, I'm used to living in Denmark, and I know and I know Europeans. Europeans are used to things working, civilly, functioning. You're not going to be used to what's going on in the U.S. right now.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, like even law enforcement in Europe is super respectful,
exactly,
and patient.
Man,
I'm not going to say that I love the police, but they've always treated me with respect here in Oslo, at least.
Yeah. And Oslo is, you said it. Europeans are not used to how things are going in the U.S. right now. I mean, there's always been some differences, but right now it's worse than it's ever been. There's no reason for a person to have to worry about being killed just because they came across a police officer who was scared or who got angry or needs to go see a shrink, or just because you happen to cross by, you get stopped by officer. There's no reason for someone to not be well professionally trained as an officer, a person with a weapon. You know what I'm saying? And you see how they are, like, indiscriminately. When they do something wrong in the U.S., there is no one holding them accountable right now. There's nothing.
Yep.
So there's just no reason for it. And our police tend to be very gun heavy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not in
it's
Europe.
sort of understandable.
Yeah.
It's sort of understandable with everyone potentially being armed.
Exactly.
But then again.
It is. But I'm not. I'm me myself. I'm not used to it anymore. I'm not used to it anymore, man. I've been. I'm from Washington D.C. and but I was born and raised in the 70s in D.C. So D.C. was a very peaceful city. Then beautiful, peaceful city. You could ride your bike as a kid across the whole city, and it was safe. It didn't get violent until the drug epidemic, like the coke epidemic, in like maybe the mid '80s. I was already 15 then, and that's when it began in DC, right? And so it didn't get violent until after that. So I lived most of my young life not thinking about anything, just having fun like everybody else. But even in those days, interactions with the police in DC, the police knew what they were doing. Like the police in DC during the drug epidemic, they're looking for serious criminals, and they don't have time for simple, stupid shit. They know exactly who they're looking for, and they know exactly what's going on. So anybody else that's not a part of that, they're not wasting their time with. They don't even want to stop you. They're not concerned about anything. They're not looking for a piece of weed. They're not looking for somebody driving drunk. If they're not looking to stop you for any reason, they're there to deal with serious criminals only.
They're not playing the numbers game.
They're not wasting their time.
As many people as possible.
They're not doing that.
I guess you got to experience Reaganomics as well up close.
Yeah. But DC was a strong middle class city. But
Okay.
But now the police are like, you see how many they are. Look, when I grew up, DC had more police than any other place on earth. Guess how many it has now? Way more than that. Triple that. Quadruple that. So it's always had way more police than any other place on earth. Now it's just like, you're just going to walk down the street, you might see more police than anybody else at times. More police, you guys will go. And it's just like, I'm sorry, I'm not used to doing that, man. I've been living in Europe for like 20 years. When I go outside, it's a peaceful walk. I walk anywhere. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm not thinking about the police. I'm enjoying my time. There's no stress. No stress at all, man. When I call the agency, they can communicate effectively. I can write them. They can write back. Just very simple. That's how life's supposed to be, man. Easy and smooth, But right now, as you can see, we don't have masked men walking around with Nazi signs saying, "We want our country back." What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I mean,
what the fuck is going
on? They tried doing that over here, and it gets chased away every single time.
No one wants it here. They try, but people generally don't want it because they just not used to that. They want to solve issues civilly, without a lot of strife or attention.
Oh yeah,
and
no.
Yeah,
the crazy thing,
it's embarrassing.
That I think Americans don't realize how much of a melting pot you have in like the big European cities.
No, you're right, bro. They don't. We have a melting pot in the big cities here. Copenhagen's a melting pot, that's for sure. Yep. And what they also don't realize is that one of the things that Europeans liked about the U.S. is that it was a melting pot. They admired that because when they go, they see even more of it, and they're like, "Wow, people are really nice." Europeans 20 years ago. Used to that was their reaction to Americans. That Americans are very nice, very helpful, now it's like it's not like that, bro. I could go around the country and actually stop anybody, communicate with anybody in different parts of the country, man. Now you just have to wonder, man. You just have to wonder for your life, and you got to understand, one mistake in the United States can be your life. That's not what's going on in Europe.
It turns out that even if you are a felon, you can still run for president. So there's that.
Yeah, if you're a felon, you can run for president, you know. But it's a little it's a little unreasonable for one mistake could be your life. Man,
absolutely.
That's not what's going on in Denmark. That's not what's going on in Norway. That's not what's going on. One mistake, that's not how people are living over here. In the United States, it really is one mistake or one bad interaction can be your life. And it's just too much for me, man. I'm not with that shit, dude. And when I go to the US, I'm very, how can I say this? DC, because I'm from DC, everything's set up for me, number one. But I wasn't there when I haven't been there since this new wave of Trump, this administration, and since he's been sending the National Guard there or ICE. I haven't been there since this, right? But typically, everything was set up so it's very safe. DC is very safe. You see what I mean? Yeah. Like especially for a Washingtonian, and it's and also tourists. It was very, very safe. I never thought about anything. If I interacted with the police, I knew exactly what to communicate to them. The police aren't harassing me. They're not doing anything. They can tell the difference between someone they're looking for and someone they're not. These goddamn ICE people, these fucking National Guard, they can't tell the difference about anything. Yep. It's like, and I don't want to be harassed in my own city just because they think in my own city I look like they can't tell the difference. Like, that's a problem for me. You know what I mean? So I just I wouldn't advise people to go. But you see what they do. They could detain you. They detained a Canadian and threw them in ICE. They're detaining people from all over. Just throw them in the ICE shelter.
No due process at all.
Yeah, what crime did you make? Scary. No due process, man. No due process. It's like no, man. I need things to work. That means when I show up, I need you to check my fucking passport and get out of my way quickly. And I need to get in that private car and get to my destination fast without being interrupted, without being hassled, without being stopped. None of that. I really don't like that kind of stuff. And right now in the U.S., they're harassing people, bro. They're harassing people.
So what I've heard is a lot of the ICE people are former militia guys. And sure enough, they know how to handle weapons, but I mean, that's not necessarily a good thing if you don't know how to, police.
Man, these people don't even know the America they're policing. They're coming from other states. They don't even know what a normal person is in the state there. That's the problem. Police are supposed to come from the place where they're policing. That's a major problem when that doesn't happen, because then they know the communities, they know the crime, they know what to watch out for, they know the signs. What they did was they brought in all these federal agents from all across the country. They brought in National Guard from all across the country to places where they know nothing about any of the people, anything. They just have no clue. And so now they're just targeting anything, just randomly. It's like, come on, man. It's to me, I just wouldn't advise. There's no due process. If a police officer harms you, there's not, the United States government ain't going to do a damn thing about it. Even if you were in the right, even if you did nothing, this government is not going to protect you. The only people that's going to have your back is your embassy, bro. The Norwegian embassy. That's it. There's not going to be any, the local police, none of it, man. You can't trust it right now. You can't trust it, man, because.
Well, to be fair, like, Americans tend to love people from the Nordic countries because there's been so much immigration. So, I mean, I've heard about friends of mine going to like Hawaii and they get stopped for speeding like 3 times the speed limit. And the police officer is like 1/16th Norwegian and he just lets them off with a warning.
Right. Exactly. You know, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. Right. But, you know, right now, look at the promotion. Trump is promoting that the police hate. They openly look down on Europeans, bro, over the news.
Oh yeah.
So what kind of interaction does that make for the police then? So now instead of them feeling like you're an ally, they're like looking at you like, who do you think you think you're better than me? Like it's ridiculous, man. And he created a hostile. I mean, I know some people not going to agree with me, but I'm just telling you, man. I can only speak for myself. I grew up in a beautiful city, and I've never been stopped. I'm not used to being stopped by the police. I'm not used to it. I've been going around DC my whole life. No police officer has ever harassed me. Never. They've been, you know what they've been to me? A service. You know what I mean? Exactly. Yeah, and that's what they're supposed to be, right? But this environment of being stopped by people and they don't know who you are. I had one, I think, interaction with one cop in the US, and he wasn't trained that well. And I had my license on me, my Danish license, and I had my American passport. And he kept asking me for my state ID. And I was like, you don't understand it? I live abroad. I'm just home visiting, but I knew why he was asking for my state ID. You know why that is, right? Because because he's a bigot. He wanted to know what state I come from so that he could decide whether to fucking harass me or not. And since I didn't have my DC ID, he couldn't figure it out. Even though my passport says it's issued in DC, that doesn't mean if you get your passport in an overseas embassy, they all say DC. You see what I'm saying? They pretty much all, because it's coming from the State Department, right? But but so he wanted to know my state ID, what state I come from in DC, and of course I'm not going to tell him that because I know he's a bigot. So he wanted to know I'm from DC, so he kept asking for my state ID or any ID. It could have been another one. Maybe he would have been like, "Oh, you from LA?" or "You from New," that kind of thing. So this stuff in 2009, that's the last time I had a little. 2019 is the last time I had any encounter, and I believe that was outside of DC. I was driving, right? Yeah. But yeah, man. Now it's just off the chain, dude. It's off the chain, and my friends tell me all the time, like my friends told me a long time ago. They said, man, it was crazy. I never expected to hear this from any friend of mine or any American. They said, man, V, you got out right on time. That's what they told me. You got out right on time.
Like my first interaction with an American was actually with a teacher called David from Boston. Yeah. And the America he described back then seemed a lot different, like you're saying. I remember, that was about the time The Wire was on TV. And we discussed the recent episode that was on the same morning. Yeah. And he said that, in impoverished areas, it is like that. But he said that that's not most of America.
No, and it's not most of America. And even if you're dealing with an impoverished neighborhood and you're not from there, the police are there. They know who's from that neighborhood and who's not. So they're not going to waste their time stopping someone who's not from there. You know what I mean? Yep. Like they just, but if you got police that don't come from the area, they don't know who's doing anything. They just show up here. It's a bad neighborhood, and now everybody just got to be disrupted. Everyone can't. Nobody, and that's what DC is like right now. You double park your car. It's legal to double park, but you likely can just get a ticket just from somebody that doesn't like the fact, some dude that is there that's not from DC that has some power, and they want to try to get you, in trouble or harass you because you're from DC. You gotta you see what I mean? And a lot of that shit is going on right now. DC people are not used to that at all. We're totally the opposite. We're used to the police actually having very high standards, being very respectful. Man, this guy has ushered in some whole other shit. DC police, man, it was a time, having parties in your house used to be a popular thing in your backyard in DC. Everybody have a party. Everyone, it used to be totally open. DC is a city where the police were so focused on serious crime that any other little petty shit, they're not even thinking about. It's not even crossing their mind. They're just not thinking about it at all. Now DC is turned into give a motherfucker a ticket for anything. anything. Ticket for this, ticket for that, stop you for this, stop you. Excuse me, just too much interaction with the police. And the more interaction you have with police, the more opportunities there are for something to go wrong. If you look at rural states, states, they have far less police interaction. These people live in their whole goddamn state, drive around, never get stopped by a fucking cop. Nobody's checking them to see if they're drinking. Nobody's checking them to find out if they're smoking weed because there's fewer police. There's just fewer police there. You see what I mean? Now they've compacted all the police into one little area, man. It's like, so it's just your own. I know for sure, man, that I did have one other interaction with the police. And it was because when I was there in 2016, I was there a couple years before the last time I was there, and I went to a place. I just left my house, drove down towards 14th Street. I don't know, you don't know it, but I drove down Rhode Island Avenue. I was in Northeast, so I drove down Rhode Island Avenue towards 14th Street. Downtown, because I was like, I'm gonna go out tonight just by myself, see what's going on, and I wanted to start at this little Ghanaian cafe because I looked it up and I said, you know what, let me go to this start off here at this spot. I never been there, and then I will find out from there what else to do, right? And I went into the place. It's the first time. This shows you how DC changed, man. I went to the place, and the owner of the place is a Ghanaian. And I believe he was with his wife or something too. It's the evening time. They maybe serve dinner or serve drinks or things like this, right? So I waited at the bar for like 5 minutes, and nobody said anything to me. Nobody said, "Hello, sir, how you doing?" It's not like the place was busy at all. It wasn't busy at all. Damn near empty. And so I said, you know what? Okay, I've been waiting here for a minute. You know what? Since I'm waiting, let me go. I'll just go to the toilet, take a leak, and come back. Maybe they'll be free then, right? And soon as I started walking towards the toilet, the guy said, "Excuse me, sir, can I help you?" And I was like, "Yeah, where's your bathroom?" That's what I asked him. And he said, "The bathroom is only for customers." That's what he said to me. That was like a joke. Like, the bathroom's only for customers. The bathroom's only for customers, right? And I said, "Okay, I know, but yeah, I'm a customer. I've been waiting here for 5 minutes. You didn't see me?" And then he said, "Don't talk back to me like that." He started getting hostile with me. Like, that's I'm crazy. Like, yeah. And listen, my grandfather is from that part of town where his place is. Yeah. And I used to be DJ in that part of town, like, for a long period of time, And so what started going through my head is I'm like, damn, man, my parents fought for people like you to even be able to have rights here. Like, seriously, I'm not joking. Like, that's what went through my mind, but I wasn't being rude, but because I was in shock that he's like treating me this way, right? And the dude got hostile and he said, "Get out of my place, sir. If you don't leave now, I'm going to call the police." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I came here to get a beer, and then when I go to the bathroom, he got even, he started getting more hostile with his voice. So he said he was going to call the police. I was insulted, and I said, "Okay, well, I'm going to call the police on you." And so and he called the police, and I called the fucking police. And then after 15 minutes, the police didn't come. So I got tired of waiting because I'm out trying to have fun. So it was a small little place I was at on 14th Street. It was a small place. It wasn't any big fancy. It was a small little cafe. Tiny little cafe, just to go there and have a beer, talk on the phone, wait to see where else I'm headed after that, right? Yep. I got tired of waiting. It was like 15 minutes went by, and I told the dude, I said, "Listen, you know what I'm gonna do?" I said, I pointed across the street. I said, "You see that bar across the street? It was like a huge. It's like the total opposite." You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Total opposite. Yeah. Like,
not like a mom and pop shop.
Exactly. He had probably 10 beers he could offer me. The other place had beer from around the world, like top shelf everything. Right? I said, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over to that place where I can take a piss and get a beer." And I went over to the place. Look, I went over to the place, Went in,
Yeah.
went up to the door checker. He said, "Excuse me, sir, you have ID?" I pulled out my passport, and he said, "Thank you." And I said, "Excuse me, where's your toilet?" And he said, "Right over there, sir." And I went right to the toilet, and then I came back and sat at the bar and ordered me like a some kind of foreign beer from. So I don't even remember what it was, but it was very similar to Guinness. It was Irish though.
Oh right.
But it was
it was Kenny something.
Yeah, it was something else, right? But this spot had really good selection, right? So I sat there and I waited, and 10 minutes later the police came there looking for me. They actually came there and told the dude at the door. He was like, "Excuse me, we're looking for somebody like this." And they came up and said, "Excuse me, sir, can you step outside with us? We just want to talk to you for a second." And I stepped out and I said, "Okay, interesting." And I left my thing at the big. Nobody bothered my seat or anything, even though the place had a lot of people in it. And I went outside and they asked me what happened, and I told them everything that happened. And I said, this guy, he refused me service. And then I told him what he said to me. And then I told him that I waited. And then I told him what I said. I said, I'm going to go across the street where I can take a piss and have a beer. Right. And I actually told the guy, I said, and I hope this place runs your ass out of business. I forgot to say that part. And I said that to him. It's a big ass place though. But I'm the type of person, I want to support small business too. He's such a dumbass. Yeah. This guy don't realize I'm in my own city supporting his little ass fucking business. The city I come from, and I have enough grace to support his business, and he's refusing me service. Yep. That's so funny. Then I go to the fancy place across the street, and they serve me no problem. Don't even ask me what I'm buying. Nothing. They just don't ask me. This is only for customers, sir. The toilet. The whole opposite treatment. You see what I mean? Right over here. So you see what I'm saying? And so I talked to them, and then I said, listen, they said they understood. I said, my grandfather, grew up on this street. I was like, my parents are in the civil rights movement. They fought for people like him. I was pissed. I was livid. Yep. And they said, they said, we understand you, sir. We understand. It was 3 police officers. And, And then you know what I did? Then I picked up the phone and I called one of the mayor's security people. Yeah, exactly. Because my family is tight with all of them. Yep. From the Mayor Barry, the one, my mom was like a day one Barry person when he was in the civil rights movement before he came mayor. And so I have people that have been working with every mayor in the whole city. And I picked up the phone, and they talked to the person because I was totally pissed off. You know what I mean? And but then, so in any case, I went on my way, went back up. And then, but for the next couple of days, man, because I never been treated like that before ever in my city. That's not typical. That's something part of some part of change going on in that city, right? But I did have some flashbacks in my brain, man. And the flashbacks in my brain were, you know what? Maybe I should go down there in the middle of the night and throw a goddamn brick through his fucking window. You know what I'm saying? And just leave and walk off like I was having anger problems that day, bro. Like it hit me because I was like, this guy, like, how are you doing that? Because typically there's no problem with any Africans in DC at all. They're like this. They're like, getting down with everybody. Typical, normal. They're from there. They grew up there. Everybody's having a good time in DC. Every fucking body. Hold on. Look at this. See, this is how these stupid people are. Somebody put independent America first. You're liberal with nuclear nutcase, whatever. 3 pieces of watermelon and ha ha ha. Well, if you don't like watermelon, you the dumb motherfucker. Why are you here? Yeah. You must like me, huh? You choose to be here? Yep. Why do you choose to be here if you don't like me? You choose to be around dumb people? Yeah. And now he's just trying to be stupid because some people like to play anonymous and unidentified and pretend like they're a particular ethnic group and then la 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 and they think everybody's stupid. But anyway, have fun in the chat, buddy. No problem. Yeah, I like watermelon. I do like watermelon too. I'm gonna go buy some.
I do as well.
I like chicken also. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? I might fry me some chicken tonight and shit. What the hell? Good idea. Thank you. But what the hell?
Just to add to what you were saying, supporting local businesses. Like when you're going out and buying beer at exorbitant prices, Like, might as well be a small place where the owner hangs out. You get to know the people working there and shit.
That's what you normally do. So you normally, I like to go. You go to different dives on different nights of the week. Some nights you might go to a main spot. Some nights you might go to a smaller spot because the vibe is different. It could still be good. But for me, I just went in there because I never been in that place, and I was planning on going somewhere else, and I was waiting for my callbacks to come. So it was just incidental, right? But those are the only two interactions I've ever had with the police. Typically, no interaction with the police in DC at all. Zero. Like there's just none. They're not. They don't stop you. They don't bother you. They don't ask you any questions. They're too busy looking for what they already know is going on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And yeah. But right now, that's not what's going on in DC. Right now, they're stopping
I do
people.
have a quick story.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do have a quick story, like, about the police in Oslo.
Yeah.
And my hat off to them. Like, I was at a party on Constitution Day.
Mhm.
A guy, he was told repeatedly to get off the slanted roof, and he fell 5 stories down.
What?
He died.
He was
died
drunk?
instantly, and he had to.
He was drinking?
Yeah. Drinking, probably drugged up. Died instantly. They had to scrape him off the pavement. Police came. There's drugs everywhere. Of course, it's Constitution Day. And police, they just ignore the drugs, and all they care about is the people at the party getting crisis counseling and shit.
Yeah.
Deal with what just happened.
You're right.
And
Exactly. Because they're not stupid. They, you know what I mean? What are they going to do? They're going to look at one thing and say, okay, let's try to get to the bottom of this one. Who sold them this? Yeah, you could do that, but you could do it in a whole nother way. The first thing you do is make sure that everyone that witnessed it is okay. You can still do your investigation. You see what I mean? But you could do it in a way that makes sense. You know what I mean? And it's not the police job is not disturbing life themselves. That's not a civil servant's job, right? But in the U.S. right now, a lot of these police, a lot of these ICE agents, they're not civil servants. Their job is to disturb your life, and they feel they have the right to, even if you're an American citizen. And sorry, but we're the only Western country where that's going on, you know? So I feel sorry for my fellow Americans because, yeah, that's what they have to put up with. That is fascism. You know what I mean? And it's just sad. So I wouldn't advise anyone to go there. You've heard the stories. You've heard all kinds. It could be anybody. You could be coming from France,
I'm not going
Canada.
to paint a perfect picture. I'm not going to paint a perfect picture of policing here in Norway either.
Right.
Like, there are certain parts of town where they will kind of, harass people for smoking a joint on the corner, and then there's places in Oslo where that would never happen.
Okay. Yeah. Well, DC weed is legal in DC.
Yeah.
So, and it's I don't know what they. You're not supposed to smoke it out on the street. Obviously, you can smoke it in your own yard. You can smoke it on your own property. But if you drive in your car and they smell weed, that's not a reason. The police can't use that as a reason to search your car or search your body in DC because it's legal, right? And you can possess up to like 6. I don't know how much, but you can have like 6 fully grown plants in DC in your home.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So weed is pretty much you just can't sell it, but you can possess it. And I forget.
It's decriminalized, basically.
It's decriminalized, because they don't want the police using up all the court time and all the public money on weed. They want things that they want you to go a different way, have a real reason to stop somebody or another reason, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, people in the chat tripping is like, yeah, I don't, what's wrong with watermelon? That's not the only melon I like. I like different. Matter of fact, I just brought 2 apples from work. Yeah, in my bag. I'm gonna break those out in a second. That's gonna be like my little lunch, my light lunch. But you see how that is, right? But that highlights something that's going on though. I'm glad the person did that in the chat. That highlights something that's going on. People, they're in this thing where they believe that they're intelligent or that they're doing something good by trying to insult somebody ethnically, right? They in their way, they feel like they're being a good person by doing that, right? And they feel like somehow, that's some way to interact with other people. But listen, I don't go around doing that to people I don't know. Like, to people I do know, don't get me wrong, I might make a joke with some of my Nordic buddies and make some Viking jokes or some shit like that. But this is when you know people. This is when you know people. It's not when you don't know people. What the you know what I'm saying? But this is
guys make the most fucked up jokes, at this charge of expenses, but there's trust, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And but somehow there's this dynamic over the internet where people do things that they wouldn't normally do in real life. So that's what comes with being on the internet. You know what I'm saying? You just have to come to expect it, that people will try things because they feel safe, essentially. And but I've never had anybody come to me in Denmark and ask me about watermelon. They don't even understand the connection. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't understand. They like fried chicken. They like watermelon in Denmark. Danes do.
Sure.
What the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
There's fried chicken spots popping up everywhere these days.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell, man? Shit. It's like, and it's not like any Danish person ever asked me, "Hey, man, can you make me some fried chicken?" It's like, no. Or do you have some watermelon? No. Everybody's got watermelon here. People know how to make fried chicken.
I'm a real. I'm not a huge fan of chicken. I like chicken if it doesn't taste like chicken.
Yeah.
Watermelon. Oh yeah, I won't pass that down.
Yeah. Now, one thing, there are things I won't eat, but some Danish people might eat it. Like you ever heard of chitlins? Chitlins. It's the intestines
pork?
from the pig. Yeah. Some African Americans eat that as a delicacy in the South.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's an old delicacy. It's an old tradition. But I wouldn't eat it. But if you ask a Dane, they might eat it. They may not.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, like,
it's a piece of pork.
The fuck do you think? Like the sausage is made from pig's intestines.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. But I think it shows you the ignorance that there are some Americans that they've never been anywhere. They've never been outside of their own state, or they just don't know. So in their mind, that is something that is quote unquote black.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I actually had a discussion with a colleague, and he said it's always the bottom feeding, crustaceans that taste the best, like crabs and lobsters, and it's always like the leftover fucking meat on the animal that tastes the best as well.
Yeah. That is true, man. It's true. That's just what it is. But in any case, yeah. Now check it out. Damn, we got 85 people here still. I'm off schedule right now, man. It's like 12. Yeah, I'm just here fucking around at this point. But listen, I appreciate everybody for coming out, even the trolls. That's why the chat is open. You can be stupid and still join. It's okay. Don't worry. You're part of the production. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure the American First Person doesn't have anything on their page at all. But let me just double check. Sometimes I like to check and see if there's something there. But what I've noticed is the most proud people don't have anything. They usually have a fake ass picture. Look at this. So you see, this is probably a foreign operative because they like to have Americans fighting each other, and this is the little tactic that they've learned, right? To mask as an American. Look, joined June 16th, 2026. So this is a troll account. It's not a real American. It's a senior. You see that name? It's called Independent American First, but it's not even an American. It's just someone who learned something
from it. With like five windows open, 5 different accounts. But
exactly.
He's boosting your numbers, man. He's being a great help.
yeah. Exactly. So they're welcome. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. Next time, hop up here. Let me put the link in the chat. Let's see if that will actually, help him. He can come up and be part of the conversation. Otherwise,
Charlie Kirk hasn't said anything racist in 301 days. That's wild.
Yeah. That's let me see here. And then where did they learn this stuff at too, man? He's talking about freedom of speech. Yeah. If you believe in freedom of speech, hop your ass up here on the panel and talk. If you believe in it for real, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't stay in the anonymous and unidentified 2-month-old account. Talking about freedom of speech. If you really believe in it, you'll be up here like me with your face showing to people and having a conversation. I believe in freedom of speech. You don't. You believe in hiding because you don't believe in freedom of speech. Don't be ashamed of what you think. Let people know who you are when you say that stuff. So you're welcome to come up. It's down there in the chat. Don't tell me all of a sudden you don't know how to work any technology. You're American, man. You can do anything. You see?
I mean, I'm not sure about the American part, but
Yeah, he's probably not American. Exactly. I know. But he doesn't want people to hear his voice, to give it away. And then, here we go. Let me do one. Anybody can hop up. I don't expect the troll to, but anybody else can hop up if you want. I got 5-10 more minutes. Let's see, since the conversation. Now, hold on. Now, there's one other thing that I want to review here, and that is this. There's more from Epstein. So let's see what this looks like.
Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, the authors of Regime Change, which is one of those books that had many different headlines and excerpts in the New York Times. One was about what seemed like, frankly, a panic inside the White House over Epstein as they failed to control that story. That was a big theme in the first year. Reading from the book, Trump and J.D. Vance, who spent a lot of time on X, and were tapped into a younger and hyper online portion of the base, were very worried. They urged the White House to change course and to force the DOJ to release more of the files. But there was one major obstacle in the path of the solution. The president himself had no interest in transparency. He wanted the whole Epstein issue buried and snapping at anyone who mentioned it. Maggie, what does the inside story tell us about how concerned Trump was about this issue? That the guy's criticized a lot, the guy's obviously stared down and come back from all kinds of things, and this seemed to be huge. And also tell us about the Situation Room.
Sure. So Epstein was one of these issues, Ari, that Trump he'd gotten so used to his base listening to him say, what I say is true, what those people are saying is not true. And he just couldn't make it disappear. So he kept calling it a Democratic hoax. It was, it was all concocted. As we say in the book, he didn't want to talk about this at all. He wanted it gone. And so that left his aides, and we're not, I'm not defending this or saying, yes, this was right. I'm just saying this was their view. That left his advisors with the choice of how do we deal with something where the president doesn't want anything out. And that led us to report on a handful of specific Situation Room meetings. The White House Situation Room, which is this, essentially like a no cell phone sanctuary where wars have been planned and discussed, where raids of, Osama bin Laden, where he was killed, was monitored by President Obama. In this case, it became an Epstein Crisis Comms Center, in part because they were worried about leaks. But you had the top levels of the White House, the top levels of the DOJ and the FBI talking about what their options are. There was this remarkable meeting that we wrote about in August where they were talking about releasing a public-facing website put together by the DOJ of all things Epstein. The question was, what about Donald Trump and things related to Donald Trump? And so one aide had searched Trump's name, and up popped this uncorroborated secondhand claim that had been public for a year and a half in an unrelated case, civil case, that Trump allegedly abused some woman's nipples. And
yo, hey, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter where you're from. I see you down there, Avigdora. Don't worry about it, man. That doesn't matter where you're from, man. It's just people that like to play. The people that beat their chest the most, those are the fakest ones. You know what I mean? So I'm inviting the troll up to prove that they're American. You see they wrote in the chat, I'm more American than you. Okay, well, why are you hiding then? What's the problem? If you're more American than me, then why don't you want to show people? I show people. I'm proud. This is me. I'm an American. This is what a person from East Coast, Washington, D.C. might be like. Let other people know who you are. All right? Let them know. Don't be ashamed of yourself. Hop on out, man.
the abuse was visible, and they were very swollen and looked painful. And the aide said, this is out there. And the vice president, who wanted everything out, said,
yeah, you're right. Prince Andrew got arrested, and Peter Middleton is out of there too. Yo, and also I hear Starmer's having some trouble. Is Starmer out now?
I think he'd be fine with it. He'd been accused of worse. And the White House chief of staff said, no, he would not be fine with it. But that was the end of that conversation about this public-facing website that didn't happen. So it was remarkable for the fact that they were attempting very hard
he had to resign.
This very
Starmer had to resign? Oh shit. So who's there? So what's the process now? What's the process for the UK? What's the deal if he resigned?
I'm not sure if they're forming a new coalition government or what's going on, but
oh, he's stepping
also,
down. He's
yeah.
stepping
So
down. Okay.
Marie Le Pen, the leader of the far right in France,
Yeah.
got convicted of embezzlement. She's probably
Yeah.
going to appeal again, I guess. But
Right, because I don't think she can serve in government anymore if she doesn't win the appeal, right?
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I would advise governments to do the same thing. Like if you get convicted of a crime, you shouldn't be allowed to serve because it's too risky.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. I just think the founding fathers didn't expect,
No.
a felon to run for president.
and we're the worst, bro. We're the worst of Western country. We're the worst, man. We got corruption the one thing about Epstein that he did prove is that we have a serious corruption problem.
Oh yeah,
and you can't. You can't fix a problem if it doesn't become painfully obvious to everybody. So now it is, man. And go ahead.
Nigel Farage, the guy who was pushing for the Brexit alongside that other guy, I forget his name. The guy kind of looks like a
Epstein.
Bad clone. Trump. No, the guy that looks like a bad Trump clone.
Okay.
With like the comb over. Forget his name. Anyways, Nigel Farage was also accused of embezzlement recently, so they're just throwing the law at these guys.
But listen, man, you should take a lesson from the U.S. Look at what happened. We didn't crack down on corruption, and look what it's doing. It's biting because we didn't crack down on corruption. Now we have an administration that is attacking everyone, just at will. So that's a lesson to everybody. This is what corruption can bring down the Western world. Like that's what they're hoping. It's like a payoff game. Anybody with money can come in and pay off people. And if you don't have government officials that have loyalty to their country, loyalty to their people, they will just sell them out, bro. They will sell them out, man. It's crazy.
I think part of the problem here is that lobbyism is legal. What they have advocated for in Parliament here in Norway is that lobbyists have to register, and if politicians do take lunches with lobbyists, they have to register it.
They have to report it. So it's traceable.
Yep.
I agree with that. That's a good policy, because it shouldn't be done in secrecy. And lunch, meetings, even conversations. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Because it's a lobby, bro. It's a lobby. Why should that be a secret, right?
That's exactly where the important decisions are made, like at the country club, at the bar at 11:30 in the evening. Over some expensive cognac.
Well, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be because no, it should be done in the office where everybody's sober and where there's where everything's over the table, because otherwise, what is this about? There's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with that. With trade.
Part of the issue here is that lobbyism and corruption hasn't been corruption because it has to be legal. There was circumventing the laws.
The laws, and that's why they want to meet secretly, because they want to talk about how to get around the law. It's like, come on, man. It's going to tear down. I mean, I'm not speaking for everybody else, but all I can say is pay attention to what's happening with the U.S. We didn't crack down on corruption.
There's a famous story from Canada. They have a napkin that is actually framed inside of a museum over how two telecom companies split the country in half, and it's just proof of the free market not working in practice. You cannot
monopolies.
Have a free market without. You cannot have a free market without regulation, essentially.
No. Yeah, it's got it. Yeah, exactly. Because then there's nothing stopping the people from monopolizing, and other things, Yeah, man, it's
imagine how Europe felt when Trump was posing up to Putin. We were kind of sitting there expecting, China, Russia, and the U.S. divvying up the world into three separate parts.
But that's what they're trying to do. That is what they're actually trying to do. It's serious. That was their plan. They had that strategy before Trump. It's just Trump became the pawn of it. But that's a strategy written like 30, 40 years ago. That's been Russia's strategy. They've been waiting for that movement. You know, they've been talking about it. That's their philosophy. One of their main political philosophers has been, you know, outlining that in their writings. You know, their belief that the world would be better if it was split up into three parts. But that totally undermines that. Number one, it undermines democracy, right? It also undermines people's ability to choose who they want their friends to be. Like, what the fuck is that? That's crazy.
And let's be honest. Like Europe right now, at the size that we're at, we are too big to just be undermined, and we're kind of proving that.
True. Well, I tell Americans that all the time, man. I try to tell Americans the data. The United States has 350 million people. It has the world's biggest economy. Europe is number 2, but they have 450 million people, the EU. So that has consequences, you know, and they're only rivaled in dollars in economy by China. But they have just as much money as China with less people. So per person, they're stronger. You know what I mean? And
it's important to differentiate here. You have to look at the median income of the average citizen living in that part of the world.
Exactly. And Europeans have more money than they do per person, right? Independently, right? And then at the same time, you have more people than the United States of America. You have 100 million more people. So if you need to ramp up production, you have more capability than the U.S. There it is. But a lot of Americans, they fall for this Trump shit where they don't use data at all. Actually, it was just a hoax, man. I think sometimes they believe their own hype because we have a big military, but having a big military doesn't mean you have your logistical game down.
Yeah.
At all.
And that's the U.S. military's biggest strength, really, historically, having the logistics to actually wage war.
Yep. But Trump just threw that in the trash.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like he's crazy, man. The dude is crazy. We just gave that up. We gave up a lot, man. And
no. And if you look at the weapon systems that NATO was buying, it's mostly American. Now we're looking at South Korean systems, and we're also looking at arms manufacturing within Europe. Usually, it's been joint ventures between like Raytheon, Kongsberg, for example, here in Norway.
Yeah, Kongsberg. Yep, Kongsberg did well this year.
Yeah, no. They how do you say, thrive on misery, which is kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
But European countries have been part of the arms trade globally. It's just a well-kept secret.
Yeah, but it is because I mean, you know, it's a factor in every state's reality. You have to have a weapons capacity, and the only way you're going to have it is to make it. And the only way you're going to maintain it, selling it to others, is also a way to have an A and a B strategy, because otherwise you're going to have weapons just sitting around, right? After a while, after you made them and they sit around, you can't use them anyway, right? So that's just part of it. And I'm impressed with Europe's reaction. Europe could have reacted like Trump, like dumbasses, but they didn't. They took the issue serious. They really pulled together. They really collected the data and pooled the data and comprehended the data. They put the data together in a comprehensive manner, and they were able to navigate this threat that was presented to them. And this threat wasn't easy because you have an ally that has gone rogue and now doing everything to destabilize, which is benefiting China and Russia. That's not an easy situation to be in. Yep. But Europe went out there, and now they got new trade ties with South America, the biggest trade deal with South America in history. They got another biggest trade deal with Asia in history. You know what I mean? And they're ramping up production. The scary part is that we're also making trade deals with China in terms of importing electrical cars and actually putting them together inside of like Canada and Norway. Yeah, exactly. But it's, you know, they have a comprehensive approach. So they're not going to just be like one thing and they're not going to rule out anything. They're going to look at what the comprehensive overall picture looks like. See, because they're very calculating. The EU has some strong, capable leadership, man. They do, and people should be proud of that. The countries that don't understand that, look at the mistake Brexit made. They didn't understand that. The people of the UK, they actually literally thought they would be stronger outside of the EU. They didn't get it. They didn't understand it. They fell for the Trump dynamic, the MAGA dynamic, the isolationist.
To be fair, you have 3 countries right now in the World Cup that are European and not part of the European Union. It's Switzerland. It's Norway and England.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe you're not doing so well in the World Cup. That's true. But I mean, it's that 3 is good. 3 is good enough, right?
No, but they're part of Europe, but not part of the European Union.
Exactly.
But we all sort of have like these trade agreements, so we were unofficially still kind of union.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, no, EU is doing well. You guys are educated. Per person, you're more educated than Americans are, but on average, the life is more stable. The average European's life is more stable than the average American's life per person. Just when you average it out. So your capabilities, the economy is significant. And you're able to navigate the situation, man. I mean, I'm embarrassed to be honest with you. Of course, you always love your country. I love my country. So there's going to be hard times and you don't just give up because there's hard times, right? But I'm actually embarrassed. You have to be honest. Otherwise, people are going to think you crazy. If you're just too proud about this right now, that means people are going to think you stupid. It's like, no, as an American, you have to react like our country is in trouble and we have a big problem and we have to fix this problem right now. When you let people know that's how you are, then they know you're sane. Then they have faith in the U.S. Yeah, man.
You have like European countries being exceptional at sports, for example, compared to size. A huge part of that is people being able to self-realize their dreams. Like you have a huge human development index in those countries. You can pursue what you want and still be able to live off it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I hear you, man. Yo, Patrick, what's up? Holberg, what's up, man? Yeah, man. Oh, let me see. I'm the exception to the rule on intelligence. Nah, man. Nah, don't. You missed the chat today, man. We had our share of morons. Just a few, not many, man. We got actually good viewership. Most of the people that watch are pretty strong because it's information heavy. Right now, we just relaxing, but most of the people that come here are pretty like their information, and they have their minds are awake, so they can use more information and digest more information and comprehend on a pretty strong level. So there's no real morons that watch this show, man. You know what I mean? It's only the trolls you see activating, but trolls are going to be trolls. Who knows what their motivation is? Maybe they get maybe they're just morons for real, or maybe they're getting a couple of coins to go around on the net to left stations areas programming they think is lefty and repeat the same talking points. You know what I'm saying? But it's becoming very obvious when they appear. You know what I mean? Because they're not looking. We had a troll today. I don't know if it's a troll, but it's embarrassing. A person that doesn't know how voting works in the U.S. and they claim to be an American citizen. So it's a real person, I think. I don't even think that person Richard or something or Rich or something. I don't even think that person was a troll. I think they just don't know how voting works.
Yeah.
That's, it's getting taken advantage of too when you don't know your own civics, But listen, got to get out of here now. It's been like 4 hours. Damn, it's long. I mean, I was supposed to stop like maybe an hour ago. But I wanted to get some people up here, so it's cool. Everybody hopped up. But listen, I'm going to have another stream. It's not going to be the normal hours. I'm going to do the 18 hours from now stream also, but I'm likely going to have one more or before that. So I'm going to put the link up. And in any case, I appreciate everybody for coming out. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. If you're not subscribed, subscribe, click the bell. I'm sure you would like to hear more of the news that we got coming out of here. Michael was up here. I don't know. Maybe he had to crash out or got busy. But we have Michael from Brooklyn up here.
I'm
there
here.
you go.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. You guys want to close out on anything? You want to say anything before we close out?
No, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah. Sandika, that was Sandika from Norway. So we have we got a cool cast of people up here. We didn't get Friars from Texas today, but we got the regular Michael from Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? And man, this news is a mess, Michael. This news is just a fucking hot mess.
It's a nightmare, and I think it also is a lot of it's a distraction to distract from things like, Trump's obviously decline, right? The mess of the Republican Party, but it also shows that, voting does matter, right? They wouldn't try to do everything they're doing in terms of, the SAVE Act, in terms of, the mail-in ballots, in terms of, putting money behind candidates, right? When it comes to it, and now that we see even the Mitch McConnells, right, of the world, and how they're willing to cover up something, like his actual health, right? All these things matter, right? I think in the grander schemes, everything combined does matter, right? If not, they wouldn't try to take away our liberties and our freedoms or jeopardize it, right? And true. Continue to vote, right? Continue to be educated, and follow, subscribe.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to scare the shit out of Elon Musk, if you want to scare the shit out of Peter Thiel, if you want to scare the shit out of MAGA Mike Johnson, if you want to scare the shit out of Casper, I'm talking about give them nightmares. Listen, you don't have to wait until the midterms in November. You can actually send chills up their body by getting as many people registered to vote as possible, because they watch the numbers. And when they see high voter registration, it just means they're not going to get any sleep. It's like the countdown to prison. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. So don't wait to scare their ass to death. Get out there and find somebody that hasn't registered to vote yet and get them registered. I mean, this would be my main activity. It is my main activity, getting people to vote. Why you think I'm here? Here it is again. I know that this is going to send chills up their spines. This is the main thing that does registering to vote and then voting. But that's a 2-part thing. You got 2 parts to fucking their day up. The registration, because they will be counting that. And then the voting is another count. That comes much later. But right now, if you want to fuck up their whole summer, be outside telling people to register to vote every day, asking them, do they need help registering? Do you know how? Do you know how to? Here, you can do it right now. Just on vote.gov. Find out your state. Do you have your ID ready? Or go to the voter registration. You could do that. Or you can go to the local offices in whatever your town is, call your county clerk, register of voters or board of elections, and make sure you are registered to vote. And that if you are already registered to vote, make sure that you're registered under the proper address, that your current address, so they don't try to screw you over when you go to the voting booth, or they try to check your ID or something like that, But yeah, scare the hell out of them. Get busy. Make it your main business. Make it fun. Just be like, ha ha ha. Yeah, we registering people to vote. Yeah. Do you like that, Mr. Trump? Do you like that, MAGA Mike Johnson? Do you like people voting? Yeah.
I think people like Musk hate it the most because
they hate it.
Investigation again.
Yeah, because you know why, right?
It's like SpaceX and Tesla. They won't be making money if not for government subsidies.
Exactly.
And that's not just the Republicans' fault. That is also the Democrats' fault, to be fair.
Exactly. True. Yeah, we helped them get to this point. And the thing is that, like you said, they hate voting. They don't want people to vote, because the one thing about voting means is that although he has $1 trillion, he only actually has 1 vote. Peter Thiel has.
He actually does not have $1 trillion.
No, he don't have $1 trillion.
One vote away from being being worth a whole lot less.
Yeah, it's all it could all be gone, you know. And if he doesn't win this, it could all be taken from him. And the thing about it is that as rich as he is, and he has been, Trump, billionaire, doesn't matter. Any of these people, Peter Thiel, doesn't matter. He could be a billionaire. Jeff Bezos, doesn't matter. He could be a billionaire. But you know what? They only have the same voting right that you have, one vote. And that's why they hate it, because they want to inherently have all the power, but in a democracy you don't. You only have the power of one vote when it comes to election time. So register to vote. Register to vote. Yeah, go ahead. You want to say? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like as much as I dislike both Musk and Bezos.
Yeah.
I feel like it hasn't really been Bezos' year. You know, first the rocket, and then Musk becomes the first trillionaire.
Right.
So, I'm just saying, maybe we should consider donating to make Bezos a trillionaire as well, just to fuck with Musk. I'm just joking.
No, I ain't fucking. I'm not donating to any billionaires anymore. That shit is over with for me, man. These motherfuckers, man.
It's just that my hate for Musk runs so deep.
You know, it's just no, man. This time around, for the next 20 years, the average American citizen has to have their fair share. They got to have their fair share, man. Families have been stressed out, you know, and again, if they don't have anything to compare themselves to, they don't always get the whole picture, you know, which is, you know, so
like
then
how much is the war in Iran costing the average family?
Oh, people don't even know. Listen, man, I think on average, I'm not sure, but I think if I remember the data correctly, every American, and this is a lot of money, every American, you give $50 a year to Israel. Every American. That's how much money they get. And it's not the only thing you're giving money to. If you want to know SpaceX, how much money do you think that's going to? But do you want to know how much money is being wasted of your tax dollars? Like loads of it's just being wasted going to corporations. Your tax dollars, like billions and billions and billions just being wasted. Like it's like Americans we have to fix our country. And one of the ways we fix our country is by learning how other Western countries manage theirs. If you don't have something to compare, you don't know how well you're doing or bad you're doing. Yeah, go ahead, Sandika. Yeah.
Just quick note. I don't think SpaceX is able to send anything to the moon still. That they still rely on NASA.
It's wasted.
They barely fucking receive any funding.
Exactly.
SpaceX hasn't even gotten to outer orbit. They haven't reached outer orbit. They haven't had any successful.
Exactly.
Launches. And, you know, like you guys have said, the amount of money that we spend on arbitrary things in terms of this government spending, but as much as they'll give tax breaks to the riches, they are defunding and have defunded social programs, Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, right? Work requirements for SNAP, right? All of these things that are a fraction of a percentage of what they give in tax breaks and subsidies to the richest individuals in America.
Yeah.
That should upset you. That should upset you. Right?
True.
And it's something that going forward, you want to be a conscious voter, right? You want to ask your representatives, why don't we have universal health care? Why don't we even have even something as basic as a single payer, right? Single payer option or public option, single payer option is universal, but a public, a public option, right? When we look at the cuts that Doge made to a lot of these critical infrastructure jobs within the government, right? But all while giving Musk subsidies, right? Subsidies to have him personally be in an office, an official, which he was never elected to be, and make cuts to our social programs.
It's crazy, bro.
Not to mention the security clearance.
Yep. It's illegal. It's illegal, bro. It's a crime, you know. They just, it's And if we don't get a hold of it, it reflects on who we are and our own self-esteem, you know. Well, you can't believe that you're the best when people are treating you like you ain't shit. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't work that way, you know? Yeah. But I appreciate you guys coming up, man. It's always been interesting conversation, you know, with you too. And appreciate everybody for listening. Got to get out of here right now, and but we will be back. We will be back 18 hours from now. I might do a little impromptu right before that. But in any case, appreciate everybody for coming out. Be good. I'll catch y'all back in a little bit. All right. Yeah. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate both of you. Appreciate you. All right. See you guys. Take care, everybody. Catch up. We catch up later. Let's release the Epstein files. Yeah. Get them shaking. Register to vote too. You want to scare the billionaires? Register to vote, because you can have $1 billion, but you only get one vote. So, all right, appreciate it, y'all. Later.
They don't know that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna be your mind tonight. Born on this planet full of hate, inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna feel Yo, the time, the place, where you just focus on the things that are real in your life. Cause the others, they ain't got what's necessary, the necessary ingredients, but we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it.